You are the first, Shiny. How you doing tonight, Shiny? Sorry, I'm looking at this stuff real quick. Making sure I got everything going over here. How you doing tonight, Shiny? I hope you're doing rad, homie. I gotta open up my Twitch stuff real quick. I've also got to turn my fishing thing back on. I wish there was a quicker way to do this. Also, hiya Deep Web as well. How you doing tonight, homie? I'm a little tired, homie, so I'm gonna drink one of my energy thingies. That'll probably last me like an hour, and then I'll probably go back to bed. I don't know. I'm a little tired, but I also might end up changing what I do. It just depends on how I'm feeling and what's added to it. But I hope y'all are doing right. I'm okay, man. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm just tired. I can't wait to be able to sleep tonight. W, it will be a W. Yes, I'll be drinking some of the W. I ain't gonna lie. Also, I will not be starting with face cam today. The reason I won't is because I feel like if I go on face cam and then I do just chatting, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna start talking for an entire hour, and then by the time I get done, I won't get into Paper Mario. So which is par for the course, because most of the time I barely get started with Paper Mario anyway. So but yeah, let's see. Molly. I'm not sure what Molly is. I've never heard of Molly before. Web page for 6 hours since 5 a.m. Dang, 5 a.m. is pretty early. I remember those days where I would stay up that late doing stuff. It is kind of wild. But now I've got a sleep schedule that forces me to not do that. But I totally understand. What flavor? It is dragon fruit. I probably need to buy more, because I haven't bought more, and this one's probably almost a year old at this point, which is a little too old, you know, with how long it's taking me to eat or to drink some of these. So, but yeah. I think I'm pretty much done. I'm not gonna post everywhere like I was planning to, just because I don't necessarily feel like posting everywhere. But I want to play some Paper Mario because I think it'd be cool. What do you call it here? Let's go over here so you guys can see my little fella move at least. Also, with us getting closer to the end of Paper Mario, my collarbone's feeling a lot better too from like a month ago now. At this point, it's getting close to a month. So, what do you call it? So, that's a rad thing. I'm actually been able to sleep more, so that's pretty rad. Oh, yo, Derpy, we're growing dragon fruit. Derpy, me and my family are growing dragon fruit. Let's go. That's pretty cool. I'll show you some pics in Discord. Yeah, sure, I don't mind. I think that'd be cool. Also, no problem, Shiny. I think it'd be cool if you got some to show. Dragon fruit is, at least the flavor of dragon fruit's pretty good. Don't think I've ever actually ate dragon fruit before, but I definitely have drank some things that taste like it. It's pretty alright. Oh, excuse me. Now, either I will go super crazy, or I'll have to go to the bathroom super crazy. I don't exactly know yet, so we'll have to see. But I'll still try to be the most majestic that I can be. Let's go here. What the heck? I got platinum points from that? Well, don't mind if I do. Please don't dox me. That would suck. I guess it doesn't dox me here. That's good. They just give me free platinum points for what? Or dude, they got Kirby. Dude, they got freaking Donkey Kong in here too. Are there any things that I want in here? I sure don't freaking look like it. I don't want any of this. Okay. Well, I got a lot of stuff. What's the Kirby one got? Is there anything fancy in there? I do like that Kirby with the hammer. Oh, I like that cube, Kirby. Let me get that. Oh, it's the vending machine, Kirby. I do want to play this game. Oh, I love that. That's so cool. I might have that. I love the goggles. Oh, got Dedede looking fresh. Well, now I know he's in the Forgotten Lands. At least in the DLC, I guess. Alright, let's see. I don't really care for all this stuff. Alright, that's all I was gonna do, but I'm gonna change my profile picture now. Okay, I was scared. I was like, oh no, they're gonna kill me today. Give me that fella. Do I actually have to select a background? Can they not, like, give me my own background to make? I want to be this fella. Hold on, homies. I'm gonna... They don't let me mix match these things on here. It's kind of a bro moment, but I'll take that one then. Yeah, I'll take that. There you go. Looking fresh. I do like my derpy thing. Yep. Alright, so here, let me turn on my fan real quick, and then let me drink some of this, and then I will survive. That's pretty rad. Oh. I will say tonight as well, I probably won't stream a whole lot. I'll try to stream a little bit, but I don't want to be disruptive, if that makes sense. So we'll see how things go in regards to that. But I doubt we'll have any crazy fight scenes go on. But if I do, then we'll find out. But I don't think I'll have anything crazy to do. I would assume, but you never know. The next thing I have to do probably will be crazy for all I know. What's the goal now? I think the goal is to leave, right? Wasn't it? No, it was we couldn't leave because I remember now. Last time we played this, I found out that I couldn't leave. Because there was no way to leave, so I was like, alright, let's go. Oh, it's been so long. I think I have to go down. Oh, the elevator won't move. Okay. Well, this one looks like it'll move. I think I was supposed to go to level 4. I don't really remember where I was supposed to go, homies. That sucks. I think I'm supposed to go through like a big door. If I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. My face is in the way here, homies. I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on. Let's go over here. There you go. I think this is where I'm supposed to be. This definitely is. Where are we now? Dude, this is where tech is. Oh, there you go. Hold on. I gotta pull this all back up now, homies, as well. Hold on. Luckily, I can do this pretty quick, though. Never mind. I thought... Oh, no, I can't. Hold on. Alright, let's see. Hello? Alright. You are Mario, are you not? It is pleasant to meet you. I am the main computer of this fortress. I am tech. I must tell you something. That is why I brought you to this place. Princess Peach. I am so sorry. Most of my data was erased and my main power unit was shut down. Now running on backup power with only cached memory, trying to stay operational. Mario, you know that Peach is not here, do you not? Please save Peach. Please. Please. Princess Peach is with Grotus, heading to the Palace of Shadow. I had to tell you that. What? Wait, hold on, I gotta go back. There needs to be like I need to make a faster thing of that. If it's closer. I probably could just push the button rather than scrolling back. Alright. Peach is in the Palace of Shadow? So, this guy. But, backup power failing. Mario, use the teleporter room to get back to Rogueport. Teleporter room is on sub-level 2 of the fortress. I will release the room lock. Hi, Biscuit Baby. How you doing tonight, homie? Oh, let's see what you caught, homie. Bro, homie caught a red-eye fish. Dude, no way, bro. Ellipses. I will cease all AI functions to send power to the teleporter for you. But why? But what will happen to you when the power is all gone? Oh wait, whoops, sorry, that was the wrong voice acting there. When the power is all gone, I will cease to exist as an artificial conscience. Okay, first off, fancy. Eagle Ray looks pretty fancy. That's probably really rad, honestly. That's the first time for that. But if it will save Peach, I would gladly do this. Hold up, you got a triple whammy on that. What the crud? A legendary gold crown? Ain't no way, bro. Homie just caught something wild today, man. Dude, that's so much gold. 502 gold is what this is. That's the craziest. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm well, how are you? I'm doing Mighty Majestic. It's really funny that this fishing stuff decided to come in at a moment where this artificial intelligence decided to say, I will give my life to this girl. Which I respect it, but at the same time, it's like, dude, this is really a weird reverse parasocial thing going on here. Because until I met Peach, I knew nothing of love. Do not worry about me. I am just a computer. Just a machine. Mario, you must save Peach. I ask you, please. And tell her. Thank you for me. We will, Tech. So, hurry to the teleporter. Room on sub-level 2, now. Mario, save her. Bro. Dude, he's dead. He gave his life. I like how he saluted him. I'm gonna be honest with you. The least impactful character for me in this entire thing we have watched was Tech. So, like, for me, I'm not trying to, whoa, a fish fillet burger. What the crud? I'm not really that attached to Tech, like, at all. But, like, I do respect the fact that he's willing to sacrifice himself, even though he's a, you know, an artificial construct and not, like, an actual thing, I guess, if that makes sense. Dude, a black red eye, it's crazy, so. Mario, you must save the princess for that Tech fellow, as well as ourselves. Okay. So, I don't really want to save Princess Peach for this guy, for Tech. I want to save Princess Peach because that's Mario's girlfriend, bro. That's just what it is. So what the heck's he doing? Bro, it's red as heck out here. How the heck are we gonna get to level 2 if bro's like... Oh, it still works. Okay. Bro, homie got gummy worms. Luckily, I already know where the teleporter is, so I already know when to go home. But I will say I respect a homie willing to give his own life to help a homie out. Ain't nothing wrong with that. A whole tire, bro. That ain't where we're supposed to go. It's a very somber note, a song being played right now. While scooters are being thrown everywhere. Is this where it is? This is not where... Actually, it might be. Hold up. Woo! But yeah, it's kind of wild. It's kind of sad too, but you know what? It is a bit odd for me. Oh, whoops. Sorry. I remember seeing this last time, which is a very fun little Easter egg, but... I gotta find the teleporter, homies. Maybe this is the teleporter. Oh yeah, he made it pretty obvious for us. Here, let's save real quick. Well, now it's time to walk on in here. I guess we're gonna push that button. Dude, I hope Tech comes back and turns into a giant monster in a good way. Oh man, there goes Peach. Goodbye. Bro, he nuked himself. Dude, no way, bro. Well, it stinks that this robot fell in love with her, but like, you know, that's okay though. He blew up though. Also, hi Savas, how you doing tonight, homie? Was good, homie. I'm doing pretty alright. I'm doing a lot better than I was about a month ago, so that's good. My collarbone is still healing, but I'm still doing a-okay, homie. I hope you're doing rad, homie. Crocodile, I say, old boy, did you hear something a moment ago? Maybe I did. Maybe I did, man. Maybe I did, bro. Maybe I did, Bobbery. You break your collarbone? I don't know if... I can't really tell if it's broke. I did get an x-ray done of the right side of my collarbone, and they didn't find any breaks or anything. So if I did, I'm not really sure. But if I did, it's been a few weeks now to where I'm guessing there's enough healing done to where it's not too much of a problem, but it still hurts when I move a lot. So it just depends. Well, if it isn't Mario, who said this? Is it... Oh. Over here, son. Dude, hello. You brought the crystal star back from the moon with you, didn't you? Yeah. What? Talking to my good ear, the X-Not Fortress was on the moon? Ah, yes. So Princess Peach was there too, I assume? Yeah. Assuredly. The X-Not boss took her and made for the 1,000-year door. Aha! Just a bit ago, I smelled some rank air and went to the 1,000-year door. I saw a suspicious fellow in a cape pass through to the other side of the door with Princess Peach. How'd you know that? Pardon? What? Dear fellow, you led me to believe the door would open with all... Why is the door slightly open? I thought I closed it. Hold on a second. Yeah, my cat's opening the door, I guess. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on a second, homies. I'm sorry. Alright, well, that was really random. Okay. I didn't want to be too loud, but I think I was a teensy bit too loud. Because my door was kind of cracked open a little bit. I didn't even close it all the way like I thought I did. Alright, dear fellow, you led me to believe the door would open with all 7 crystal stars. Believe me, I know, but I'm quite certain of it. I saw it with my own eyes. I have a very bad feeling about this. Very bad. Princess Peach is in danger. Time is short. We must go to the 1,000-year door and rescue the princess. I'll run ahead and meet you there. Don't dawdle. You must come immediately. All right. Dude, we gotta go immediately, homies. Immediately. All right, let's see what this is. Hello. Oh, it's a ghost thing. It's Ghost T. I don't even know who Ghost T is. I assume it's a Toad thing. Let me see. I gotta find the echoey voice. Is it this one? Hello. Hello. All right. Hello. All right. Hello. All right. All right. There you go. This might work. 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 Ooh. Your inbox is now haunted by me, the spirit you met on the XS Express. I bet you're wondering how an ethereal being like myself can type an email. Well, I actually possess the train conductor to do it. Ooh. Don't worry, though. He's doing just fine. I think maybe I'll do my diary like this. Email's convenient, you know, and leaving a record of my afterlife is cool in a spiritual sense, I mean. So good luck with your quest. It's not yet time for you to come over to my side, but whenever you do, I'll welcome you. Ooh, farewell from Ghost T from Cabin 4. Wow, that's so cool. All right, that was something really rad, I guess. All right. Oh, the RDM final issue. Here we go, homies. RDM special final issue. Rogueport today. In a shocking series of events today, local authorities report that Zesty delivered a left hook to the jaw of the gadabout Flavio late this afternoon. Our investigation has revealed that the cause of the feisty fisticuffs may have been Zesty's anger that a shipment of gourmet ingredients spoiled on the deck because Flavio had held up the crew, or the dock crew. Also, thank you for the, what do you call it? Gracias, para ti. Estás bien? Let's see. How have you been? I don't speak English, but I'm good at listening. Okay, your streamer is very close. Well, thank you. Gracias, Dabong boy. Estás bien? Hablo español un poco. Pero aprendo en el Duolingo. Es muy divertido. Pero ¿cómo estás? And thank you, by the way. Thank you. And that's okay if you don't speak a lot of English, or estás bien tu inglés es muy bueno. Estás bien. But that's okay. I know a little bit of Spanish, but it's nice to meet you, homie. For those of you who don't know, I was basically just saying that I like to learn Spanish, and it's fun, and I've been learning it in Duolingo and stuff. But I'm glad that you like stream, homie. I'm glad that you like stream. I guess I could say estoy feliz. Te gusta stream. Gracias. I know a little bit. I know a little bit, so it's really rad. And what do you call it? Thank you for the bits as well, homie. Let's see. So apparently Zesty, you're good at Spanish. Keep going. I'm pretty good. Awesome, dude. That's awesome, dude. Thank you. Gracias. Me gusta aprender español. It's I don't know how to say yesterday. No aprendo hoy, pero aprendo a veces. I know some of it. I'm getting good. Oh, excuse me. And gracias, homie, gracias. Let's see. So this is Leo parabola con electrónico. De email. I think email is how it's said, but I'm not sure. Mensaje. Leo mensaje in inglés para videojuego. That's what I'm doing, dude. I think I nailed that. I'm trying my best. So I basically said I'm reading English message in the for the video game is what I'm saying. So that's what I'm reading right now, is reading this. So it says that a shipment of gourmet ingredients spoiled on the dock because Flavio had held up the dock crew with a marathon 2-day tale of high seas adventure. While Flavio is recovering from temporary memory loss, Zesty has already been approached by a Glitz Pit talent scout, Don Goombatti. I think the kid's got spunk. We'll take the world by storm, said Goombatti. Keep your eyes open for big things in Rogueport and elsewhere. As events continue to unfold and surprise local pride in our humble port town grows stronger than ever, along with the smell. Thank you for reading. I got you. Don't worry. I'm on the same boat learning English. Cool. So what I'm reading right now is a lot of English stuff. It's like a news report. So it's it's like a lot of texts. It's a lot of mucho mensaje in inglés on the screen. But it's really cool. It's like the final one for it. Shop Reporter Go. This week we have an explosive exclusive on the shop in Far Outpost, Northwinds Mart. It's so cold there that all the merchandise is frozen on the counter. Just kidding, the smiling shop manager showed us a fascinating variety of goods. As the sweet-faced little miss explained, it's cold out, but I do best to explode inside the shop to keep the place warmed up. I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me. Disculpe. What do you call it? But I do best to explode the inside of the shop to keep the place warm. So come in. So come on in. The place is big too, folks. So we haven't seen a lot of it yet. Come on down and see it for yourself. So many shops left to cover. So little time. So little remaining budget for further reporting. But fear not. This bold journalist plans to research shops in a new way with my own finances. Thanks for shopping along with me, readers. Also, hiya, Inky. How you doing tonight, homie? You started late today. I did. And I also was debating if I was going to stream this tonight, but I felt like I've neglected this game probably for a couple weeks too long, so I'm actually playing the game now. Let's see. Also, gracias Devon. Excuse me. Also, I've been having a lot of fun learning some Spanish, though. It's been really fun. I'm getting some Spanish homies coming by as well, Inky. So if you hear me dropping some, Spanish, that's why. Also, hiya, Owen. How you doing tonight, homie? I hope you're doing rad. And let's see. It says, Cooking for Rookies. This is the final installment of Cooking for Rookies. To make sure we leave you with a smile on your face, our last recipe will be for couples cake. Just simmer spicy soup for a few minutes, then drop in a snow bunny. So I need spicy soup and snow bunny. I do have snow bunny, I think, but I don't think I have spicy soup. So, and it says, and presto, before your very eyes, the mixture will congeal and take form of a cake. Eat it with someone you love. Oh, that's sweet. We're putting our forks down for now, but remember, cooking is a window to the heart. May your meals be filling and your appetites be willing. I ain't gonna lie. Here's the thing, though. That's how you can get some ladies, man. If you know how to cook, bro, it's pretty fire. I still gotta learn how to cook better. But like, you know, that to me, I'd say this: if a homie can cook, bro, that is awesome. That is attractive to homies, bro. Nothing much, man. Awesome, homie. Well, I'm hoping you're having a rad day either way. That's why you're single. Exactly. I got to start learning to cook more. I know how to make eggs. Let me think about what else can I make. I made something else. I made a mean stir fry one time, and it was really good. I use the microwave a lot better, though. The stuff that's supposed to take people like 30 minutes takes me like an hour to do, which kind of stinks too. But I also feel like I have a bit of a congested like thing going on, so. Let's see, editor's note. This is it, dear readers. The final issue. We're here at the RDM office. We here at the RDM office have enjoyed every minute of our hard work to bring you the best news and features. May we meet again, perhaps sooner than you think. Wink, wink. Oh, what does that mean? Published by the Rogueport, Restoration Committee. You found us! Oh my gosh. Special final issue? No way, bro. RDM hasn't stopped the digital presses yet. Time to cover some secret corners. Secret news corner. Urgent news just came across our desk about a certain missing quiz show host, Chuck Quizmo. We received insider info that his absence can be blamed on his upcoming show. Hey, who's fibbing? Sadly, the troubled production has kept him too busy to join this adventure, but the reporter wishes him luck. It's sure to be a hit when it premieres. See you next time, Chuck. We'll count on it. Well, is that a Paper Mario N64 reference? I'm not exactly sure, but if it is, that's cool. Secret cooking corner. If you're seeing a truly special disc, truly special disc, try adding an item known as a point swap. This will let you flip the intensity of whatever you're cooking. Oh, that's cool. Take an item with a low effect and mix it with point swap and wowie zowie. You gotta try it. Okay. That sounds fun then. I ain't gonna lie. Let's see. So the stuff I told you a while ago, stuff before 11 to 10 years ago. I was only 4 years old. I got you. I got you. If you're talking about the stuff that, like, you know, that involves the touching thing, if that makes sense, which I'm not going to go in the biggest of details. I'm not going to, like, tell everybody or nothing. If you're talking about stuff like that, yeah, if you're talking about, like, if you were that old and stuff like that, yeah, like, I'd say don't let the past of stuff like that kind of, rob you of your joy today. You know, obviously, you're a different person today, so, like, yeah, I get that completely. But I would say, yeah, I'd say that, like, especially if you've learned from it, you're not that person anymore, for sure. So I get that, though, homie. I can understand why that's, like, a big thing. But I appreciate you being honest about stuff like that. It's totally understandable, homie. It says, and now, dear readers, you have truly, finally, and honestly reached the end of our reporting. Thank you so much for reading all the way to the end. Will we ever meet again? As long as the newsletter emails remain the dominant form of community reporting, there's always a chance. Man, I ain't gonna lie. I think I think that is that was really cool. I actually really enjoyed reading the RDM issues, so that's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. So, I'm gonna miss him. See, I'm probably never gonna forget, so I'll just live with it. I got you. I would say, you know, it's understandable not to forget it, but I'd say, you know, just don't let it define who you are, unless it's like a learning thing, you know, because God could use something like that and be like, you know, maybe there's someone else that you might run into that also struggles with like something similar, and that could also like, you know, that could also like help another person out and be like, hey, I used to be very self-conscious over the things like this that I've struggled with, but God's helped me through it, you know what I mean? So that's pretty cool if that's the case for you. I think this is where I'm supposed to go. Why is that like fast travel not there? I wonder if the fast travel's in the other place then, rather than because the whole moon thing blew up. Oh crud, I'm a legend, you can't stop me. Did the crown make it on the leaderboard? I bet it did. That was a big one. Like, that was a big homie one. Like, that was probably the best one. Let's see. Well, you got the... it made second place. It made second place. I'm surprised this one's higher than that, but I'm guessing that jack-o'-lantern was really rare. The homie Shiny got 875. So far, that jack-o'-lantern is killing it. But that crown was freaking fire. That was a great fire crown. Why do I only feel shame now? I would say, this is just my thought process, is when you grow as a person and you look back on like stuff you did when you were younger, I hope that doesn't make me jump on them. Oh my gosh. Oh, it worked. Okay. You improve who you are as a person. So I think that's probably a big reason why, is that like, it's more of the fact that you've improved as a person, and so looking back on stuff you've done in the past, it really eats at you. That, and if you clearly like growing with God, for example, it's just a good example of growth. So I understand though. It does suck to be like, well, why am I feeling this now from it? You know, it does stink. It's like, why am I dealing with this? This is kind of a bruh moment for me here going on here. Don't hit me. And I don't know if I ever went down that water area. I think I did. Okay, this is where I'm supposed to go. It might be at the end of the game. But I just want to say that like I just want to say that like even though you do have shame, don't let that kind of shame live with you, you know. It's understandable to have that guilt and that like, man, I'm struggling with that, but but don't let it be like your identity, you know what I mean? You said awesome. How can I lose? Forgive me whenever. Oh, you mean like to forgive when you can't forgive yourself? I got you. I think it's a big thing. I think it's something that takes time. You know, especially if you're living with the guilt, it takes time to learn to be able to forgive what you've done. I think a good example is if God's already forgiven you for the things that you've done, it's something that you really shouldn't have to hold on to yourself anymore, you know? Which is easier said than done. I mean, we're people, we're going to make mistakes, so we're going to hold on to them a lot of the times. But yeah. Well, the prof is here. I agree, he is here, bro. El Profesor. Also, hiya, Coco. How you doing tonight, homie? Dude, I didn't even mention this, but y'all should go check out the homie Cranberry. I was on her stream earlier today. We had one of the funniest, what do you call it? We had one of the funniest streams over there for TKO. It was very good. She had an awesome comeback stream and stuff. It was really fun. It was a blast. We had such good laughs on every time we had a shirt go up. It was really good. Let's see. Owen You'd asked, he said, how can others forgive me, but I can't forgive myself? I get that, yeah. My sister's forgiven me, but I can never forgive myself. I got you. And here's the thing. I think it's just a matter of, it's kind of like how can someone be loving to somebody while other people aren't loving to that person, you know? And you know, oftentimes I think when we look at ourselves, we kind of treat ourselves as not a person, which I get that. I'm one of those kinds of people too when it comes to like people trying to give me stuff sometimes, where it's like I'm very apprehensive about it, to the point to where I'm like, I don't even know if, like, you know, I want that, you know what I mean? But I have to be willing to be open to receive that. And I think it's a good example too, is if your sisters have already forgiven you for something like that, I think that like that's a good example too, is that like I think it's more of, you've got to face that as that you yourself are a human being. And it's kind of hard to say that, you know, you've got to forgive yourself, but if you can't forgive yourself or feel like you can't, then it's good to give that to God and still keep praying about it. It doesn't mean it's going to happen overnight, but that's something that helps me a lot, is that like sometimes I'm still a broken human being trying to change. It just takes time. But the more and more you try to pray against it and go against that, the more and more you'll be like, hey, you know what? This thing doesn't control me, you know? So, I just finished an essay that I despise. Awesome. Well, I'm glad you finished your essay, homie. I'm glad. I hope that it was at least productive in that regard. You know, I honestly love typing. I think typing is super cool, and like if you get to type a whole essay, that sounds based. But it depends on if it's on a subject I like or not, though. Like I could type anything like pretty quickly. Like if it's talking about God or something, I'll type that down like crazy. But yeah. Let's see. So not to mention, I've always been a fairly good memory, but it's possible a blessing. No, I can understand that. Having a pretty good memory is, I would say there's pros and cons to it, where it's like you can't really forget the things that have happened, but it's more of like, I would say maybe look at the thing that you're dealing with, especially if it's like something you're struggling with forgetting. Maybe it's not about forgetting it, but changing the purpose of why you remember it, right? Oftentimes people look at their pain and then they keep it, their pain. It's kind of like PTSD, where it's like people have PTSD over things. A big way of changing that, and this is coming from a guy who's not, you know, a therapist or like a licensed one or anything like that, right? Just from what I've learned in the Bible, is changing the purpose of like how you see the way that your old actions were. So like I look at my old actions, like for example, we can look at the thing of lust, for example, right? I'm not a big fan of lust. However, it's been a big impact in my life. However, you know, instead of, and you know, while I still struggle with it, I don't look at it as this is just a destruction thing, which is, it's obviously, it doesn't make it okay. But I look at it as God uses this broken thing in me so that I can help other people who struggle with it, if that makes sense. So that's something that's helped me not try to live in that shame, if that makes sense. So totally understandable, though. Totally understandable. All right, let me catch up real quick as well. I hate writing down physically. I like it to an extent. It just depends on what I'm writing down, you know? If I'm writing down what I really like, then sure. But I do hate writing things down sometimes. There's sometimes like I need to keep a prayer. I got like a prayer journal thing and stuff. Like I'll write things down to remember, hey, pray for these people, or hey, this is something I need to do. But yeah, I get that. See, I'm glad I'll have to never see it again. I wouldn't have hated it so much if it wasn't on not one but two books I didn't like. Oh, I can understand that. Yeah. Like if they asked, like if I were to have to write an essay over like Narnia, like the first, like Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, for example, I would love to do that. Or if they asked for an essay on like the differences between the film and the movie, like that would be great. I would love to do that. You know what I mean? Excuse me. Stuff like that would be awesome. That's something that's in my ballpark. But like, you know, that's I never had to do an essay thing when I was in college, because I had a hands-on college, you know. Let's see. Like, why do you make me write about multiple books I didn't enjoy? Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that. There are some people who are very famous for their literature. I know C.S. Lewis is famous for his, but there's also other people that are famous for their literature, even though we may not like them. You know, like for me, Edgar Allan Poe. Like I've never really read his books, but it never interested me while I was in middle school or high school. And there's other books too. But oftentimes that might be a big thing. So I used to handwrite novels. I love taking notes by hand. Cool, cool. See, I don't know. Ragging on a book/film I didn't like was kind of fun. Yeah, I gotcha. I think it depends, like how much paying attention I'm doing. But yeah, it just depends on what it is. For a movie, I could watch a movie and then say what I didn't like about a movie. I feel like it's easier. For me, reading a book I don't like would probably make my brain melt. So it just depends. Now you said, oh yeah, I have the same problem, Owen, but I feel the same way you do. Yeah, I got you, homie. And yeah, it just takes time. And trust me, there'll be days where you're like, you've got it down pat, and you're like, dude, I'm feeling good today. I'm not feeling shame. And then the next day you'll feel different, you know? It is a part of humanity, sadly, is we have that come and go type beat where it's like, we'll have a good day one day, and then the next day we'll do something like dunder toe brained, or we'll think of something we shouldn't be thinking about. I always think of Elijah. If you ever heard the story of Elijah in the Bible, this man was like a dude who like legit called down fire on an altar, and like you know, was proving to like over like 100 of these false prophet people like that God is the real God and not this thing that they were worshiping. Like, and you'd think that like this guy has a pretty good faith, but the moment a woman threatened to kill him, he ran away. And it's like, what the crud? It's like you were literally a guy who, like, you know, God literally put fire on an altar right in front of you, bro, and he ran the other way. But that's the humanity, right? Sometimes we'll forget. Well, not even just forget, but we aren't perfect, and so we're gonna have those moments, even if we've done these amazing things, right? Or if we've, not even us, but like even if we've seen these things, do they help us? Sure, but it doesn't mean that we're not gonna mess up at some point, though. So it's a great story. It's a great story. Also, I'm doing a lot better, Owen. Thank you for asking. Let's see. You can totally write a critical analysis, though. It's cathartic. I hear the word cathartic a lot, and I don't know what it means, but I got you. See, it was an era I really don't like. I can't stand books from the 17th century. They bore me to death. I got you. I can understand that. Like for me, I'm kind of like not interested in, and this is obviously like when I say this, it's like I don't know what century Mozart was in, but like I didn't really like Mozart movies because of just, I didn't really care for the classical. Excuse me. That doesn't mean it's not interesting. It's just that like I didn't really like that. You know what I mean? So I get what you mean. That there's a certain era that you're just not the biggest fan of. And for me, like Mozart, I think was like because there's a movie called Amadeus, I think, and I just didn't like it. I don't know why, but like there was just something just iffy about it, you know. Also, hi, Star Guitars. How you doing tonight, homie? Let me catch up real quick. You said I was an impression of when Elijah interacted with that woman. He ran away because lust was trying to take him into sin, and he ran away from that. So I will say I know what you're talking about, but that's actually not Elijah. That's actually Joseph from Genesis. So there is a homie named Joseph in the book of Genesis, and at the end of Genesis, that's the homie who ran away from lust. So Elijah, he's a bit different, right? Because the girl that was going to Elijah was actually a girl threatening to kill him because of Elijah had proven that their God that they were worshiping was fake and false. And so this woman was very evil. And so she basically was trying to get him killed. And so he ran from her because he was scared, right? And this was the guy who, you know, basically like witnessed God getting fire down on an altar because he had called out to God. And so that's the kind of concept there. So I know what you're talking about, though. Definitely check out the ending of Genesis. It's a very good book. I love the story of Joseph. Joseph's really cool, and it's not Joseph like Mary and Joseph. It's a Joseph. What do you call it? Joseph from back in Genesis times, if that makes sense. Let's see. Well, it'd be fair names. I don't really remember. That's okay. You're fine. You can tell a bunch of stories of the Bibles without remembering the exact. No, you're completely okay. I just wanted to let you know, just in case you were to look that up and go, well, this is different. This isn't what I was thinking about. So, I just wanted to let you know. I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just like for me, I don't remember the exact scripture, but I'm more of like a situation person where I remember the situation, not really the exact thing. So that's okay. It's not to say that you're like wrong in what you're remembering. It's more of a name thing. So you're good, homie. I still think that it's good to learn from that situation. And I think I'm glad that that's made an impression on you, is that's a good thing that came from the Bible, because it is something that is from the Bible. It's just a different name is all. So you're good. Also, hi Omega, how you doing tonight, homie? Cathartic kind of means feels good or feels satisfying. Okay, I got you. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. Shakespeare is an exception, but again, he didn't write novels. Yeah, I did. I watched a movie about Macbeth, I think. No, okay, maybe y'all know this if you're a Shakespeare head. I'm not necessarily a Shakespeare head. What is the book where there's a girl named Olivia and she's like laying in a pond? I can't remember what that book's called. I don't know if it's Macbeth. I don't think it's Macbeth. But there's a girl named Olivia. Ophelia. Maybe it's Ophelia. Is it Hamlet? I think it's Hamlet. I watched a little bit of a movie from Hamlet for sure. So I watched a little bit of Hamlet, and I watched a little bit of like a Romeo and Juliet thing while I was in high school. So that's one thing I saw, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, what's his name? The guy who did is it Passion of the Christ? Oh, I forgot his name. Something Cameron? No, I don't know if it's Cameron. I can't remember his name is, but no, Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson made a Hamlet movie. We watched a little bit of that in high school. I want to watch or read those things, because those things might be pretty good, and I haven't seen anything about them, but I hear a lot of people like those. Let me catch up real quick. Also, hiya OC, how you doing tonight, homie? Release of tension, interesting. If I missed anything in chat, just let me know. Also, I enjoy chatting with you homies. I know some homies be like, Derpy, get to the 1,000-year door. It's right there. It's like, listen, I'm sorry. I'm communicating. Let's see. Yeah, there's this Christian YouTuber that's a fair bit bigger than you on YouTube that was making a video about lust and how to conquer it, or at least to manage it. And he was talking about that story. Cool. That's awesome. If you've ever heard of Daily Disciple, he is a Christian YouTuber that I watch sometimes. He's pretty cool. I'm not a big fan of some of the thumbnails he's made before, but I really like a lot of the words he says. It's really cool. And I think he's got around 200,000 subs as well. He's pretty alright dude. I like the stuff he says. It's pretty sick. Let's see. Whoa, Waluigi now? What happened to Mario? You're not going to believe this. So I did a bit of a magic here. Alright, so originally I bought a Wario outfit. And I was like, dude, no way. So I was wearing the Wario outfit. Then I found a Luigi outfit. So I fused the Luigi and the Wario outfit, and it made Waluigi. And I was like, sick. So now I have a Waluigi outfit. So now I'm committing crimes and claiming it was Waluigi. Okay, so let's see. I should have figured that out when I couldn't get through the Paradise Lost a couple years ago. Yeah, Paradise Lost, I'm interested in like reading in the aspect of it being like a study. Because obviously it's like Christian fan fiction. It's kind of the same thing with Dante's Inferno. Like, I kind of want to read through the Divine Comedy and Paradise Lost like series just to see what it's like. But I've never really read anything about it. I know they made a whole game on Dante's Inferno, but I've never really looked in it. But I know that it's interesting to think about that, like, parts of our society is kind of shaped around certain things from either Dante's Inferno or Paradise Lost, even though it's not in the Bible, which is interesting to me because it's like interesting how it is fan fiction, but a lot of people kind of treat it as like a culture thing sometimes, you know, like the Seven Circles thing, you know what I mean? Like that came from Dante's Inferno. I was like, I found that interesting because a lot of people mention that, and it's like there isn't, you know what I mean? Like there's nothing in the Bible that says there's 7 circles of hell, right? So it's very interesting, you know. Also good night, buenas noches, Dabong. Thank you for being here, homie. Have a good night, and I'll see you around, homie. Bueno dormir. Let's see. Oh, and you also said one question. He does draw characters that are basically glorified Odd Ones Out characters. Oh, I like Odd Ones. So he draws characters and stuff with the stuff that he makes on his videos. That's really cool, considering they're black and white and that. Okay, cool. It sounds like you're talking about a guy. I forgot his name. Something Missionary, I think. Because I know that there's a guy who does art stuff like that, and I think that's really cool. And I like Odd One Out characters as well. I forgot what he's called, but I know that there is a YouTuber who does that as well. I like calling Paradise Lost Bible fanfic. Yeah, and I think that's what it should be called. Cause like if y'all ever watched Wendigoon's video, so there is a guy called Wendigoon on YouTube, and he has a video talking about like the books that didn't make the Bible, basically, like books that were like suggested to be put in the Bible that weren't in the Bible. And he had referred to a lot of them as fanfic, where it's like people just wanted to write their own thing that they liked because they thought it was cool. And obviously didn't get in the Bible because it's more of a fanfic thing, you know. So it's really cool stuff. I do like listening and hearing about some stuff like that. But yeah, obviously you got to be careful with stuff like that so you don't start believing crud you don't know, you know. And so that's cool. So the Ophelia painting is a Hamlet thing. I do want to watch Hamlet. I probably need to watch Mel Gibson's Hamlet. I'm not gonna lie. Let's see. I'm gonna catch up real quick. If I miss anything, I'm so sorry, by the way. The fair Ophelia, nymph in the orisons, be all my sins remembered. Interesting. I guess that's a phrase. A soliloquy. I actually remember that word. That's so funny. A soliloquy. Hamlet might be my favorite. I've read quite a few of the plays, but I have a full volume of them, so one day I'll get through more. Okay, cool. I only know a little bit of Hamlet, and that is, there's Hamlet, and there's Ophelia. That's all I know. And it's funny, because it's probably like barely any of Hamlet, brother. All I know is there's Macbeth, there's Hamlet, there's Romeo and Juliet, and I think those are the only 3 that I'm aware of. I'm assuming there's more, but I also remember in high school I learned apparently Shakespeare either made the word majestic or coined it, and was very popular because of him. One of those 2 things, which I thought was cool too. Let me catch up real quick. Let's see. I mean, Dante's Inferno is too. Yeah, Dante's Inferno feels like fanfic as well. Yeah. And I know there's like 3 things within like the whole Dante thing. I know there's Dante's Inferno, Dante's Purgatorio. I don't know. Like, I don't know what that is. And then there's Dante's Paradiso. I'm not sure what it's called. I'm not familiar with the other 2. So I do think I should do like a bit of a study though one day, or at least like maybe watch a Wendigoon video like on them as well. So let me catch up real quick. But yeah, there's a lot of literature out there, so I think it's interesting. See, and it's impacted how we talk about stuff, which is really interesting to talk about. Oh, you mean Devil May Cry? So Devil May Cry, I think's a bit different from I think they named him Dante and Virgil. I think it's based off of Dante's Inferno, if I'm not mistaken, except they have their own spin to it. So I think, or either that or it's a reference to it. But yeah, Devil May Cry, I know, has something like that, if that makes sense. Also, hi, Blackjack. How you doing tonight, homie? Let's see. Dude, we're putting Mario to sleep with our Christian Bible, well, Bible talk. We're what, our fanfic talk, I guess. Let's see. I still need to read Dante. Somehow I haven't after all this time. Same here. Like I'm someone who's read like pretty much almost all the Bible at least once, and which obviously you don't have to read those other books, but I'm a homie that likes to read other things as well. Like I read Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and I really got a lot out of it. That doesn't mean I'm gonna get a lot out of these other books, but it's good to see like what culture has been shaped on based on these other books as well. It is important, I think, for a lot of people to read, if you ever get to reading like Dante's Inferno or the Divine Comedy or the Paradise Lost thing, like to remember that that's more of a fanfic rather than actual real Bible stuff. There might be some references in the Bible made to the Bible, but it's not like a real deal. So that's a big thing, I think, which I'm not saying any of y'all here talking about it are impressionable like that, but there's a lot of homies who can definitely be impressionable to the point to where they will believe what they're reading. So I would say avoid that if you are a homie that's impressionable by it, but if not, then yeah. Let's see. When people say, in quote, fanfic is an art, no, I think there's an art to it for sure, especially with something like Dante's, like the whole Divine Comedy and Paradise Lost. Even though I haven't read them myself, I can see the art behind it, where it's like you're creating this world, and it's a good thing to pick apart sometimes, you know. Catch up real quick. You know some Hamlet, To Be or Not to Be? That's where that one came from? Cool. Yeah, then I know that one. I don't know where it comes from in the exact part of the series or the book or the movie, but excuse me, but yeah. See, Hamlet has a whole pirate plot, just like Forgotten all the time. Oh, okay. I didn't. That's interesting. There's a pirate plot. All right. Does Mel Gibson do the pirate plot on the movie? Let's see. Might I recommend Julius Caesar, my fave? Is there a book called Julius Caesar, or is this like a person that's like an interesting like? Or did Shakespeare make a book called Julius Caesar? Julius Caesar slaps and stabs. Interesting. Speaking of that, my favorite Christian meme is when Cliff Neckel, I got you, was on some podcast, and Cliff goes, "Oh my gosh, I agree completely." Where he goes, "The Bible doesn't say there's 5 generals in hell," and the guy debated goes, "It doesn't say there's not," and Cliff just makes the most genuine, befounded, "What?" Yeah, everybody was memeing that. It's so good. There are 2 memes of Cliff I like. It's that one, and then there was one guy who was trying to talk like Cliff jokingly, and then he just pulls out a squat and just keeps talking. And I thought that was so funny. I was like, dude, because that homie do be squatting sometimes when he's speaking. It's really funny. So, let me catch up real quick. Wait, what? You know who Julius Caesar is? No, I know who Julius Caesar is. He was the guy who was over Rome. He was one of the Caesars that was over Rome. But like I know he was the Caesar everyone talks about in history. I just didn't know if like Shakespeare had written something about Julius Caesar, or if anything, you know what I mean? That's something I was curious about. But yeah, I might have been wrong though. Let's see, Taming of the Shrew, you probably know by cover. Taming of the Shrew, I've never heard of that, I don't think. Because they're redone like 10 times. 10 Things I Hate About You is my favorite. These are Shakespeare? I didn't know that. Character, play, author. More of the his writing than Shakespeare's play. I remember a long time ago. Are you going to read the rest of the series? Like The Last Battle? I do want to. I'm going to be honest with you. I might just go back on this, but like originally I was reading like a chapter a day with that, and I got done with like Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe in like 2 weeks, which was cool. And it's taking me a really long time to get done with The Hobbit, and I might just put The Hobbit on hold again and just be like, all right, I'm going to go and finish these books, because clearly I have a closer way of doing that. But like that's a big thing for me, is that I might have to just wait on The Hobbit and just finish the other ones. But I do plan to go back and read the other ones. But I will say, Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe is really good. I think I might read the publication order, but that's just my personal thing. Also, hi, Stormy. How you doing tonight, homie? Here, let me catch up with a lot of homies in chat. There's a lot of homies, a lot of stuff. Let's see. Shakespeare indeed. Okay, I got you. Oh, and you said the channel I'm talking about, it's called Impact Video Ministries. Interesting. I think I've heard of it. I think I've seen him, because I do know there's a ministry one that does little art and stuff. So it's pretty cool. So I've probably seen a couple of the videos that you're talking about. May or may not torture my children with parodies of Tubi or not to be soliloquy. Okay, interesting. Contemplating his own death. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Waking my Shakespeare nerdness. No problem. I like talking about literature. Even though I don't know a lot about literature, I do love to talk about stuff like the Bible, primarily. The Bible obviously spawned I want to read a lot of books. I have a lot of books I still have not read yet. Primarily, I read a lot of Bible, like books about the Bible. Like, it's not like books of the Bible. Obviously, I read books of the Bible, but there are books about the Bible I like to read to see like what their doctrine is and stuff. And there's been some really good stuff that I love to read. And then it got me to want to read like Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, which I think I finished last year, which is a very good book. I liked it a lot. And then when I watched the movie, I was like, okay, the homie who's made the movie was cooking. I liked that a lot. If you want to be here's a little bit of a nerd brain here. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe movie actually was the one that came up with the quote with Aslan saying, don't recite that magic to me, witch. I was there when it was written. Like, that came from the movie. I thought that was so cool. I was like, dude, nowhere in the book did it say that. And I was like, okay. I was like, you cooking real good. It was pretty cool. So it's really cool. Let me catch up real quick. All right, let me catch up. If I missed something, I apologize, homies. I will probably miss a couple of these things. As a kid, I didn't like the Narnia books, but I'm wondering at this point, I just understand I was pretty young. But I want to try them again. So I'll tell you this. The chapters are not that long in Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. I don't know about the other chapters in the other books, but I was able to read a chapter a day for like 2 weeks. And it was very fun. I loved it. It was nice. I loved the extra depictions of Jesus when it came to Aslan. The book is still better than the movie, in my opinion, even though the movie was still cooking. The reason is because in the book, you see how C.S. Lewis writes about Aslan, and you can see the meekness of like the mercy of like you see a part where he writes about like Aslan could literally tear apart anybody in that area that he was in, but chose not to. And I thought that was so cool. And it's a beautiful thing that's kind of told. Also, hiya El Wiki, how you doing tonight, homie? Dude, and also thank you for joining. Also, Based 52, by the way, it's sick. Let's see. Oh, and you said, by the way, I've heard some verses of the Bible basically implying that there's time for peace and a time for war. Yep, that is from Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes, I think at the start, or it's Ecclesiastes 3. And it says there's a time for happiness, there's a time for sadness. It's pretty good. Ecclesiastes is a good book, but it's really strong. Also, hiya Daisu, welcome in, homie. Thank you for the follow as well. How you doing tonight, homie? Let me catch up real quick. I'm so far behind, but it's okay, homie. Let's see. Hello, WW, dude. No way. Hiya, homie. How you doing tonight, homie? Dude, Wiki, no way. Wiki, now I got a question for you. Wiki, by any chance, are you a homie who is a part of the academia thing by any chance? If you are, that is so sick. If not, that's okay. Yeah. Since you said WW, right? Are you the Wilker homie? The Wickley version? Is that who you are? If that is who you are, that is hilarious. If not, that's okay. But I just, it made me, that's been you this whole time? Homie, I had no idea. That is so funny, bro. That is hilarious, dude. That is so funny, man. I ain't even gonna lie. We've been sitting here chatting the whole time with everybody here, but like, I thought that was so funny. I was like, dude, this entire time I knew who you were, but like didn't. We just vibed instantly. That was so funny. I didn't know it was you this whole time, Wiki. That's so funny, bro. Well, I'll tell you what, you're a very entertaining person in the Arcane Academia. So thank you. Also, bienvenidos, Raiders as well. I appreciate it, homies. I like the part when you were translating for the girl. Now, I can't say this because it's a little bit out of character for my character, but when you were translating for the girl and the girl literally said something that did not line up with your translation, I was like, well, this is an interesting thing going on here. and I just like, you know what? All right, I gotta go along with it. So, let me see. Owen, you said, like Christ said, I can't exactly remember the first thing, but he said, let's see, about trade for a sword. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Let's see. Why can I, let's see. Why do I shout this smaller? YouTuber called Better 2 Player. I've never heard of Better 2 Player. Interesting. But I guess were you playing that tonight, Wiki? Is that what you were playing tonight, homie? Were you on Arcane Academia? Here, let me shout you out real quick too, by the way, Wiki. Yeah, that was really funny, by the way, because I was like, dude, no way. And then like the dude was like, bro, like the teacher guy started beating me up. I was like, what is this? And then he was like, surprise, I speak English. And I was like, what the crud? I was like, you made this homie translate for me and you spoke English this entire time? Like, that was so funny, bro. Let's see. Let me see if I can catch up. If I miss anything in Twitch as well, please let me know, homies, because I'll try my best. Inky, you said, are we doing the 100 floor trial? I don't know. We're probably doing the 100 chat trial at this point. But at some point, I do want to try that. I don't know if I'll try it on stream, but I do want to do the 100 for sure. I love the movie when I saw it almost 15 years ago. Do you mean Hamlet? Or no, you're talking about Narnia, right? You're talking about Narnia, like the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. That's cool. I love you, PNG YouTuber. Thank you. One of my friends, the homie Dabster, made it. I have a couple made by some homies that are pretty cool. Cherry made me one as well. So I think some of y'all might be more familiar with Cherry. She made me this one. This is the one that Cherry made for me, which I really like this one. I'm using the Paper Mario one because I'm on Paper Mario. But Cherry made me this one, and I really like this one. This one's really fun. I'll make you one, dude. I am on board with that. I don't mind at all. I do like little PNG things. I have one from Shiny as well, which is really rad. Yeah, if I miss anything, I'm sorry, homie. Just made it home for homie. How's everything going so far? It's going awesome tonight, Stormy. Let's see. I should see if I can get at the library. We used to have a whole set because my sister had them all. And I think we let them go a while back. Oh, I got you. I have a whole set in one book. That's kind of how I have mine. It's really cool. It's a nice hardcover as well. I got it from online. I'd say $20 or less is all it is. But C.S. Lewis writes a lot of stuff. There's a lot of C.S. Lewis books I have, and I want to continue reading. Also, Daiso, bienvenidos, and estás bien. Hablo español un poco. Pero aprender, aprendo en el Duolingo. No aprendo hoy, pero a veces aprendo. But mucho gusto. And it's completely okay. Practice when you talk with Wiki. Okay, no problem. Daisu. If mucho gusto, Daisu. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I'm hoping I am. He spoke English the whole time. He did. It was so funny. I was like, what the crud? I was like, man, dude, that was crazy. Yeah, I was kind of debating on getting on today of the academia thing, but I was like, no, I can't neglect my other streams for it. But I had a lot of fun playing it though. I might play it again tomorrow because apparently tomorrow is the last day. But I'm not sure if I'll play the other ones yet or not. It just depends. Well, I don't know why by other ones. I meant like I don't know if I'll play any other days since it's apparently that season's like tomorrow and stuff. But it was really funny that I found out that I was going to be a part of it. I was like, oh snap. Toon Army Captain said you could totally approach it wrong, but looking at scriptures as literal can be entertaining and even fruitful. Understanding the forms of Genesis, Psalms, and Proverbs as different genres than the Gospels extra really helped me. I got you. Are you talking about like reading the Narnia books? Yeah, I heard that like Magician's Nephew is a real good looking like Genesis that helps out a lot, so that's pretty cool. Let me catch up real quick. Owen, you said yeah, he's a Christian guy. Just happens to play video games on stream. Excuse me, best player too. Cool. That sounds really cool then, homie. That's awesome. Let's see. 52 is a superior number. I agree. Yo tambien, Daisu. Yo tambien. Let's see. Lion the Witch in the Wardrobe movie. Yes, I'll make you one, dude. If you make me one, Inky, I'll gladly put it on. This is my other one too. Here. This is the one that the homie Shiny made this for me, and I kind of used it sometimes. I used it today on Cranberry stream. It was really funny. I was like, yeah. I was like, I'm just gonna use this because I'm tiny as heck I was tiny as heck with the other one. So, but yeah. All right. So we're gonna continue reading over here, or not reading. We're gonna continue talking to him. What kept you, Mario? Anyway, there's nobody here.
Incoming
dude,
raid.
Thank you for the raid, Layla. I appreciate it. How are you guys doing tonight, homies? What were you doing on stream tonight as well? Yeah, let me shout out the homie Layla as well. Let me catch up. Whoop. Shout out to the homie Layla. There you go. What are y'all playing tonight, homies? Or doing tonight? He said he's around his 30s, and I can say he almost died when he was 16. Interesting. Well, not like interesting in a bad way, but awesome that he's still kicking and going, you know. Did he do like did he have like a testimony video and stuff for it too? Just replaying the Judgment games. Interesting. What's the Judgment games, if you don't mind me asking? I don't think I've heard of that. Let's see, Tonari Captain, you said understanding them as different genres of literature. Oh, okay, you're talking about when I was talking about like the Bible's literature and stuff like that. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, Psalms as songs and poetry, Proverbs as wisdom proverbs, Genesis as like at least the first few chapters sort of send up a lot of the A&E, which is ancient Near East, God's creation myths. Like, yeah, I got you. Yeah, I do think that helps understanding the Bible a lot, is understanding the like purposes of, not just the purposes, but the writing styles of certain Bible books as well. Like you'll have something like Judges is kind of told more in the historical aspect. There are a lot of historical aspect ones, and then there's a lot of like stuff like Psalms, which is like more of poetry. And then you've got like prophetic stuff, kind of like Daniel and Revelation, which are like, you know, ones that a lot of people go crazy over. But so yeah, definitely. Yeah, I agree. Like it does help understanding like the style of writing that's done as well. Just because like, and then like Paul's epistles, for example, are a bit different too, because you've got like, those are more of like correction letters and stuff like that being sent out, or like letters that are being written. And then you've got the Gospels, which aren't necessarily letters, but they're they are I guess biographies through different people's perspectives, if that makes sense. So it's interesting to think about, so it's cool. Let's see. Layla, you said they are made by the same devs who made the Yakuza games. Oh, that's what you meant by Judgment. Okay, cool. So it's the guy who's the I know they had a game called The Man Has No Name, right? Is that what that is? Or they made a game where, like, I guess you play as a police officer guy or something. Yeah, like, okay, former lawyer, but he's a detective now. Yeah, that's cool too. I was seeing some of those, and I thought that was interesting. The Yakuza games are pretty fun, so I don't know what the Judgment games are like, but that's cool. I actually took a class where we looked at the Bible as literature a bit, and it was pretty interesting even from that perspective. Yeah, it is a very cool thing. Now, it'd be very hard for me to talk about the literature of the Bible and not talk about the faith aspect of it, if that makes sense. It'd be really hard to kind of try to differentiate the two, but even the two by themselves is pretty awesome. So, let's see. Naturally, he's mostly does playing games on stream. He doesn't really want to talk about it. Okay, I got you. That's understandable. I understand that. One of his moderators earned named Blue. He's Scottish. Interesting. He seems agnostic to me, but he's more willing to the Christian. I've been talking to him about Christian stream. Oh, okay, that sounds cool. Hey, yeah, I think that's pretty cool then. Christian on stream. No, yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, I think that's cool. I think that's a really cool thing as well, that like someone's willing to bring a homie on board who may not believe the same thing but are very receptive to being on board. Like I have a homie who's a moderator that comes by sometimes. He's an atheist, but I trust him to come on my streams just because he is a very cool homie in regards to just like how he talks with people. And not only that, like he the way he talks to me as well, like even though he has like a polarizing belief, he talks to me in a way where it's like, yeah, like he talks in a way where it's not in a mean way, but it's a way that like challenges the way that I think sometimes. So it's really cool. Like he participates in conversations too. He's not like pulling a gotcha card and being like, I got you. Ah, haha. It says here in the Bible that this one little bad thing out of context happens. So what's up, man? And it's like, you know, it's not a gotcha. It's a, hey, you know, like this is something that I see that's an issue that I think it's really cool stuff. So I have loads of respect for not only if someone's willing to have someone like that on their staff team, but also like willing to have that conversation even if they don't believe the same thing. Because I think you win, like not like, you know, I don't want to say you win people over, like that's the goal. It's more of like there is a genuine conversation, and I think a lot of people need the conversation a lot more than just the whole let's win a debate, you know what I mean? I've never been a fan of debate stuff. I've had other Christians try to debate me, and it's like the most like agonizing thing on the planet, because it's like, it doesn't mean I don't know my stuff. It means that like, so the goal here is like, you want me to sit here and debate you just so either I can feel right or you can feel right, and that's the only person who really wins, right? I'd rather talk to people about the stuff that they have issues with and not have who's got the biggest ego that lets them win, right? It's not okay. Let's see. Somewhere in between agnostic and Christian. I got you, yeah. And I seem to be pretty convincing. Right, that's pretty cool. And I think that's the best that you can do, is just be the best example of Christ you can be, and be loving. And, you know, if someone's receptive to it, they'll want to learn more. And I think that's cool, you know? Let's see. Toon Army Captain said, oh, not to nerd much, but there's history, and then there's theological focused history, like Kings and Chronicles. Both are history, but both have different purposes in the writer. Yeah, I agree, because there's some things that are written in like Second Chronicles that are a lot different from Second Kings. Like I can look in Second Kings and barely get any information about King Asa, but I'll look in Second Chronicles and I'll have a lot more information about King Asa, mainly just because of the purpose of the writing, right? So yeah, I think that's really cool. Yeah, that's really cool. Let's see. The man who erased his name is where you play as Kiryu. Had to work as a secret agent because got wrapped up in stuff that would cost his family if he didn't comply. Oh, okay, I got you. Interesting. Do you think that's a good game by any chance, Layla? I've only played Kiwami a little bit, and I really liked Kiwami. So I kind of debated on like trying the Yakuza games out at some point. But the Judgment ones, I've never really seen any gameplay on those. I enjoy heated discussion, but debate, but if I'm right, you're wrong, ha 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 is the goal, it's no fun. Yeah, I agree. I think there's nothing wrong if there's two homies who enjoy a good debate with each other. I'm just not a debate guy, so I pass that by whenever it's the case, right? But if there are two people who are very like I guess you can kind of see it like, I don't want to say it like it's competitive, but like if you've got two people who are competitive with each other and they're both nice about it, I think that's fine. I personally not that, so I've had people try to just straight up debate me off the bat, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not a debater. We're having a discussion, right? But what do you call it? But like I can also see that like me not being a competitive guy, that kind of sets it off for me, you know, where it's I'm like I'm gonna keep the distance, you know what I mean? Also, thank you for the cheese, Cowboy. Also, hi, Cowboy. How you doing, homie? Never mind. Forget that, bro. Every time, bro. I'm always getting debated by it, bro. Let's see. There's a lot of stuff in chat. I love having these discussions, though. I ain't gonna lie, because this is I don't know where we're getting into on these, but hey, I'm enjoying these talks though. Yeah, debate should be with truth and understanding in mind, not a bunch of straw man arguments. Yeah, like here's the thing, like you win nothing by sitting in your little brain going like, that's right. I've seen this man say one single thing, so I know what I'm talking about. It's like, no, it's like take your time, learn what you're talking about. So like, and here's the thing, I'm not gonna be one that jumps the gun and calls someone stupid. Now, will I say something stupid sometimes? Yeah. But I'm not gonna jump the gun and call someone a name. But like, if you don't go through the time to think for yourself and find these things out, then you need to understand that you're the outsider. And I don't, and there's nothing wrong with being an outsider, but in the case of like a genuine sound discussion, you don't want to be the outsider on it, because at that point, that's a you problem. And I'm not trying to be like, we should segregate ourselves because these people think differently than me. It's more of like, we should be loving towards them, but also at the same time, not stoop down to that kind of level. Let me catch up real quick. Oh, and you said, can I say something real quick? Okay, and you're talking about the homie Charlie that had happened last week. Hated Charlie, they would hate me more because Charlie would be willing to listen. Yeah, and I think what you say makes perfect sense. You know, like there are people, and this isn't just directed towards you entirely, because there's a lot of people who struggle with that, is having that conversation even with problematic people who want to be upset and angry. That doesn't mean everything he said was correct. It just means that there are a lot of people who jump the gun and they get real mad, and they lose every thought process in their brain because they put the wall up before they talk to people about it. And that isn't to say that that's the case for everyone, but a lot of people are very similar on the other side of the coin, for example. So like, even though in your case you said you wouldn't be able to talk or change my mind, I get that completely. And it's like, there are other people who think very similarly on the other side, who think the exact same way on a non-Christian perspective, very polarizing perspective. And I think a big thing that both sides of that coin have is that they both have to realize there are people who think the exact same way. They're just born on another side of the planet, or like willing to, or mindset, if that makes sense. And yeah, and like you said, by the way, you're someone who's willing to listen. I think it's more of when someone's not willing to give you the time and the space to be able to listen, it's very hard to want to trust what they're trying to say. So I get that completely, you know. So and I understand, like, while I'm stubborn in my own areas, like you're saying you're a fair bit stubborn. It's completely understandable. Everybody's got something that is, it's hard to express yourself, you know what I mean? Or it's hard to talk if you don't have the two-way street, right? And that's something I think a lot of people had missed when it came to Charlie, is there was the two-way street. While yes, did he say some things that probably weren't cool? Sure. That doesn't necessarily mean that we should sit there and be like, you know what? I'm okay, this guy is dead. You know, it's like, it's a little too excessive. You know what I mean? A little too excessive. It's like, hey, it's like, I understand if you didn't like the guy, I get it, but you know, it's a little wild. But yeah, I agree. Like, it's for him to be able to still talk with people who have very big egos, which isn't to say there are people who are on the other side of that don't have big egos. There are. For them to say this guy's bad they're gonna say that other people are bad because they lack that, you know, and that's something that's like, you know, that's understandable. Everybody has that, you know. Sorry, I missed up a lot of that. Layla, you said all Yakuza games are good, although I thought the story could have been better with 8. Okay, that's cool that a lot of them are good. Star Guitars, you said 2 Timothy 2 verses 23 to 24 says, do not have anything to do with foolish and stupid arguments, because you know they produce quarrels. Yeah, exactly. Instead of the Lord's servant must not be quarrelsome, but must be kind to everyone, able to teach, patiently enduring evil. Yeah. So a big thing is that, like, there's a lot of conversation. Also, thank you, The Rebellion. Thank you for the follow. Or not follow, sorry. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your stream tonight, homie? I hope you're doing rad. We were having a lot of talks about a lot of different things going on. I ain't gonna lie. Let's see.
Who dropped the Legos?
Okay, interesting. Thank you for the follow, Rebellion. I appreciate it. Well, I didn't know you guys were trying to get goat milk in zero gravity. That's very interesting. That's a very interesting. Also, hi, Inessaro. How you doing tonight? I hope you're doing around tonight. And thank you for coming in, homies. Were y'all? I'm guessing.
Who dropped the Legos?
Were you by any chance playing Goat Simulator by any chance? That's what I would think is Goat Simulator. You know. Let's see. Personally, I'm willing to be swayed by a good argument backed by evidence. I love it when you can disagree and disagree with me and convince me. Yeah, I think it's fine to be open to be correctable. I think it just depends on how you handle the correction, right? Like in your case, and I would say in most people's cases, when you are someone who is eager to improve who you are and the way that you think, you're more than welcome to just be like, hey, correct me if I'm wrong, please, because this is something I want to improve. And I think that should be healthy for a lot of people. But there's a lot of times where people have to get to that point before they realize that too. Also, Owen, you said, yeah, but if they thought, Charlie, yeah, no, I agree. I that's one of those things too. It's where it's like, if you thought this person was bad, you're going to think I'm bad. It's kind of like this. It's like, it's a big thing with Jesus, right? Where everybody, in the case of, like, you know, like if they thought Jesus was bad, they're gonna think that we're bad as people, because we're not as good as Jesus, right? We're not gonna be as perfect as Jesus or anything, right? And that's a big thing a lot of people don't know is that, like, you know, in the Bible it literally says that, like, if they're hating you, know that they hated me, because at the end of the day, Jesus was perfect and that they hung him on the cross for it, you know. The reality was he's a threat to their power and stuff. Now, granted, that's not how he walked in his life. He walked to give people freedom, so it's a different thing. But yeah, I would say it's the same case of that, where it's like, you know, even in the case of like Charlie was also lesser than Jesus, obviously, and so, you know, while he was doing awesome, he still was doing lesser, you know. Let me catch up real quick. Jump Space, actually. What's Jump Space? Had to get the dairy for pizza from somewhere. Oh, interesting. Kerbal, excuse me, sorry. Kerbal Goat Program. So wait, y'all played Kerbal? Cool. I have Kerbal, but I've never played it, if that makes sense. But I would love to, what do you call it? I'd love to try Kerbal out. I heard the aerodynamics in that game is really cool. I'm going to alert to get some writing done, but appreciate the conversations. No problem, Coco. I appreciate you being here, homie. And hope you have a fun time writing as well. Let's see. No, we have not played Kerbal. Oh, okay, I got you. Jump Space isn't quite Kerbal, but it's a space. There's a ship in space you can play with friends. Oh, okay, that's cool. That still sounds really cool though. Just Jump Space. Okay, Jump Space still sounds cool. Then that's cool. Is it? Do you get to? I'm guessing you get to build your ship. It's just a bit different. So that's cool. Is a good co-op. Cool. That sounds fun, homie. I ain't gonna lie. I find those games very interesting, because I'm like, dude, that sounds pretty fancy. See, some of us are like Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. He put the die and log in dialogue. I got you. Interesting. Okay, you should stream Kerbal Space Program. I might. I did buy it, I think. Yeah, I think I bought Kerbal Space Program when it was on a big sale, so I might buy it, or I might play it. So yeah, very fun conversation though, homies. I do appreciate y'all having a rad conversation with this, you know. Dude, I love your name, Super Cheese. I didn't even catch your name right there. Dude, Super Cheese, I still love your name. Anything with cheese in it, I'm a big fan of, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I got a world cheese book. It's got over 750 cheeses in it. It's crazy. Let's see. All right, I think I'm caught up in chat, which is awesome because it's rare. You know what I mean? I'm off. God bless y'all. No problem, Layla. Thanks for being here, homie. I hope you have a good night, homie. All right, we're also towards the end of... I think we're towards the end of Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. Thank you for the cheese. I appreciate it. Shout out Super Cheese. Yeah, dude. Real. Dude, next thing you know, Super Cheese is going to be a streamer that talks about cheese. That'd be so cool. Derpy's future wife is a cheese chef. That would be so sick. I'm not going to lie. And you know what stinks? It's going to be one of those, she's a 10 but likes pepper jack cheese moments. It's going to be one of those things. I guarantee you. Because God's one of those homies that's like, listen, man, you can't have your cake and eat it too, man. I'm like, dang it. But it's fine. I will definitely marry the heiress of a Wisconsin dairy farm. Exactly, bro. I'm going to go to Wisconsin one day. I'll meet my wife there. God's cooking up a lady for me somewhere, you know what I mean? Bro, I like pepper jack cheese. I'm sorry, Owen. I'm sorry. I am a massive pepper jack cheese hater. Doesn't mean I hate you. I just hate that dang cheese. But it's okay. You know, if you like pepper jack cheese, that's fine. But I will say this. There's times I will joke about hating it for sure. Let's see. The case I try to talk softly, but just a hint of the slightest bit of sassy. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, it is very understandable when you feel like you're not getting the respect you're trying to give to other people. And it's just, it can flare that up. I definitely understand, you know. Instead of a big stick, it's a sharp sword. Yeah, I get it. It's like a Peter moment where you have a good heart about it. It's just there's some times where it's like it can get the better of you, and there's a fervent love and care. But like there's that like, if you mess with this, I'm gonna go crazy, you know. So, or if you push this button, I'm gonna go wild, you know. So I understand that completely. Let's see. I mean, Martin Luther's wife was a brewer. There's a well-worn path there. I guess so, dude. Dude, what if she makes the best cheese? That'd be so sick. I ain't gonna lie. I've been to Wisconsin delis before. Nice water parks. There's also a mac and cheese restaurant there. That sounds so sick, bro. If I go to Wisconsin, I probably won't leave it, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I heard it's cold in Wisconsin, though. All right, we're gonna continue this, but I'll probably still talk some more as well. Anyway, there's nobody here. As such, I can only conclude they used some special method to pass through the door. I guess I gotta drop the star. It's all come down to this. Hurry now, Mario. Hold aloft the last crystal star. Something tells me I'm gonna have to open it with the star. And then I'm going to unleash something I wish I hadn't unleashed. And then we're going to have to fight the demon. Some demon behind this door. What if Obama comes out of there? I'm kidding. I don't think Obama's a demon. Now, I have family members that think that, but that would be so funny if he goes, Derpy, I've been waiting for you. It's time to throw down. And then he picks up a pepper jack cheese wheel and is like, get this, man. I'm like, no. What's going to happen? Is this what the homies mean when you've got Riz? Crockety looks like that door. All right, I can actually read it for a second here. You said, do you want to know something? Martin Luther King's either daughter or granddaughter talked about Carl and Kurt. I think if you watch enough of his content, you can definitely surmise that that's not what, like, there's a lot of misinformation that goes out online, especially about him. And it does stink because a lot of people will sit there and say, well, this man is this thing. It's like, man, if you give someone the benefit of the doubt and just think for yourself for a little bit and just take your time to watch, like, yes, you're going to probably disagree with some things. I get it. but you'll over time you'll realize this person isn't as bad as I thought. I remember people like really hated Asmongold in the past because Asmongold talks about some pretty strong stuff. Now, there's a lot of stuff I disagree with him on, but there's a lot of stuff he hits it on the head. And Asmongold talked about on his stream before that like there's been a lot of people who will come by on his streams and go like, "Wow, I never really thought that like you were actually kind of chill." And it's like it's because when you see a lot of out of context stuff instead of a genuine conversation, you're just going to automatically assume somebody is just this monster just because everybody of your friend group or online says they are, right? But if you take the time to get a whiff of it yourself, you'll be able to make your own opinion on it, you know. I think it's important that we should be people who think for ourselves. And like critical thinking is important. And I agree with what he said too. Asmongold said something pretty strong, is that a lot of people don't want critical thinking being a thing, because if critical thinking is a thing, a lot of the systems people are building require people to not critically think. And if they start critically thinking, well, now they're having a power imbalance, and now they can't keep what they have. And so that's why a lot of people try their best not to be honest, is because they lose that, and it's something they shouldn't be putting their hearts in, but a lot of people do that, you know. See, in the summer it's pretty warm. I've not been in the winter, but knowing how far north it is, along with being surrounded by a couple of Great Lakes, I can assume the winters are brutal. Yeah, I hear it's pretty brutal in winter. Dang, this game predicted Obama as president in 2004. You're right, this game was in 2004. I didn't even think of that, you know. I'd watch that show, thank you. I was talking about the 1500s Martin Luther, not MLK. Okay, so I'm guessing in the case of Owen, you're talking about Martin Luther King Jr. There are two different people. Martin Luther was a bit different as well. Martin Luther was the start of like the Protestant movement, and then Martin Luther King Jr. was a big help into getting civil rights for people, you know. So it was really cool. Civil rights for African Americans in the U.S. I want to say about 100 years ago at this point. It's getting closer to that. No, not 100 years ago. No. I think he'd still be alive today, actually, if I'm not mistaken. Less, yeah. So yeah, it's pretty good stuff. But I know what you mean, though. What you were talking about was completely fine. I think it was good that you made that distinction to an army captain, was because it could probably confuse some homies who don't know both of them. So I'm not trying to make this political, because when people try to just annoy us, but yeah, I get it. And that you can talk about things in a non-political sense. Like everyone, I think, can agree that like you shouldn't kill somebody over an opinion. Like I think everyone pretty much agrees. The psychopaths obviously will sit there and say, "Well, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's okay. I think it's okay to kill someone." It's like, no, it's not. You know, I had to like literally stop following some people just because they mentally cannot let go of the fact that you should not be okay with somebody dying, regardless of how they think. You know, it is wild. So yeah, I think that like you can, and that isn't political, by the way. It is just straight up honesty. Like it's what do you call it? I don't know if they think everyone should eat pepper jack cheese. All right, that's where I draw the line to an army captain. I ain't going to lie, bro. You're exactly right. I want to change my entire life because of that. I'm kidding. I'm joking. Look, see, out of context, someone could be like, bro, dude, Derpy is now advocating for violence. Just because they have pepper jack cheese. It's crazy. Joking, obviously, homies. Let's see. I know, evidently he definitely was not. Yeah, he was not. He was not. Like, you can watch his content and see that, yeah, he was definitely not a racist. It's, people are so quick to jump the gun that they see one little thing out of context, and then they're like, you know what? This guy's a problem. And it's like, it's not. It's trust me, there's way, way worse people that are problems. And that doesn't negate the small things that could be problems, but it's not as bad as people were making it out to be. It is sad to see people be stuck in their little box of an opinion that they don't want to be corrected on, because you lose a very crucial part of a genuine, awesome humanity when you lock yourself out of being open-minded to talk to somebody. It's sad. Um, no, and I understand, Owen. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Let's see. I'm not gonna wish I was a part of America that showed more. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I kind of where I live, it snows a bit. It snows enough, but yeah, I do like seeing snow. I know the last few Christmases we barely had snow in Tennessee, but loudest and Martin Luther King Circle. Yeah, I got you. Let me catch up real quick. Let's see if they market it for girls. Would it be Pepper Jill? Pepper Jill, dude. That's so funny, bro. I'm gonna literally call if a girl says she likes pepper jack cheese, I'm gonna call her a pepper Jill, and then if there's a guy that likes pepper jack cheese, I'm gonna call him a pepper jack. There you go, bro. I don't know. I feel like that'll get turned like if it becomes a big thing on the internet, it'll be turned into something wild, you know. So, let me catch up real quick. Get a whiff of it, smell the cheese. Yeah, you gotta smell the cheese of homies. You know what I mean? Pepper X. Yeah, there you go. Pepper, Pepper. I don't even know her. Oh my lord, that's funny. Let's see. See, I'm Christian. I've seen everything on both sides are doing, and then evil. Yeah, there's evil on both sides. I think a lot of people miss that too. They think that like just because one side likes to claim it's like Christian and says, "Oh, we're the Christian homies," it doesn't mean that they are the best for Christ. You know what I mean? Like it is a wild thing to, and it's sad because it's not like, both sides have their problems. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of the Department of Faith. I think that's just a whack job thing. Like I think the idea of a Department of Faith is really cool, but like it's the way it's been done. I don't like it. It's like this isn't about Christ. This is about like, when I heard the whole, if you give us $200, we will guarantee you get a blessing from God. It's like, you're gonna guarantee that? Like, who gave you that authority? You know what I mean? It's just really weird. So there's a lot of like, there's bad on both sides of that, So now just because one is more favorable towards Christianity, it doesn't mean it's good. So I agree. There is a bad thing, you know what I mean? Let's see. Pepper Jacqueline? Oh my gosh, that's hilarious, dude. Let's see. Indulgences, angry. Yeah, indulging? Are you indulging in money? Not cool, bro. I am not the biggest fan of indulgent stuff, though. I do agree. It makes me want to say crackety, bro. Let's see. I've said this a bunch of times, but I would call myself evangelical before I moved here. But the actions of some people who claim that term have made me not want to identify the term. Yeah, I agree. I think especially if you're in America, everybody wants to claim some kind of title. I mean, obviously, yeah, outside of America too, but like it seems like a lot of people, especially with how crisscross the churches are in America, like everybody wants to claim a title, and so there might be a popular thing that's said that calls themselves evangelical, and excuse me, and claiming yourself as that now, like maybe a lot of people might already have a different idea of what it is. Even though that's not the case for you, right? But that's just how, like, the world's been, at least in America, it's wild. History repeating itself with the indulgences. Yep, I agree. I do agree. Christians need to be a little less cowards and talk on issues that people absolutely hate you for, because if you hated the world, yeah, definitely. Yeah, that is a great example, is that, like, yeah, I agree. So far as people are going to hate you for saying things that are contrary to the life that they're living, and that's okay. Like especially if you're doing it out of gentleness and love. And yes, there are some times where you got to put on some big boy britches, but you can still do it with love. It's like when your dad disciplines, or your mom, right? It's like obviously it's not fun to crack down, but there's sometimes you can crack down in a way where it's not being hateful. You're just being a good. You're just trying to help the other person on the other side, if that makes sense, Wait, people outside the Catholic Church are talking about indulgences. Did I miss something? I'm gonna be honest with you. I have no idea. I don't know the indulgences thing. In my opinion, I think if you're too stuck up in indulgences as a person, it's not okay. I think to me indulgences is like I'm giving a little bit of stuff to my flesh, you know. So I don't know if there's like a certain like phrase for indulgences that's like being understood there. I guess for me it's just that's not what I was thinking of, but let's see. The only thing I want to indulge in is nice Chinese food. I got you. Interesting. Interesting. Personally, I'd rather be hated by everyone around me before I walk away from Christ. Yeah, and obviously, like I don't think everyone's going to think that or like be hated for something like that. However, I agree. There's nothing wrong with that outlook. Just because it is Christ is the reason you know how to love and talk with people. So I get that, and I think that's very admirable, you know. I get fairly mouthy and try to be funny a lot in here. I would upset people if people took me seriously / hurtfully. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I don't know. I like that's one of those swoosh moments for me where it's like it flew over my head, whatever that was. But I understand. I think that there is I think there are some things that I think people need to be more lighthearted about. Like there are some jokes that I had seen about Catholicism that I thought was really funny, but like if you take it lighthearted, it's really fun. So yeah, I think it depends. There was something that I thought was so funny and I can't remember. Oh yeah, I saw a really funny joke, which isn't really literally, but it's like when it's, and I know this is funny, but I saw this on Instagram where it was like Catholics when when they find out his name is John the Baptist and not John the Catholic, and it's such a stupid meme, but it was so funny because it showed the guy like holding his hand on his face, and it was just a joke. It's just obviously a meme, and it's nothing really bad. It's just like a lighthearted joke. Like obviously someone shouldn't use that in like a debating sense or anything like that, but it's just a really goofy thing that's just funny. Let's see. Don't be a part of the problems, be the whole problem. Oh no, dude. We have now changed directions where we're going, dude. Don't be a part of it, be the whole dang thing. It's like one of those things that like, violence is never the was it never the question, but it's the answer or something like that. I don't remember what it was. But that's what it's devolved to, I think. Yeah, the people that say things like donate and we'll make sure your prayers are heard. Yeah, like stuff like that. It's like you're lying. I'm not trying to be mean, but like you mean to tell me that monetary value is what, gets God to pay attention? Like, I'm no, that's not it, dude. It's like God obviously cares about your heart and a relationship with him, The money thing, I think that's more of like a secondary thing, that's a big thing, One more thing, if you're looking for a wife, don't ask God if she's the right one, or ask, am I the right one? Am I ready to love someone? Ooh, that's good. Hey, that's good too. Just as Christ loves me. Yeah, definitely. And I think that's important, When you learn to love Christ, you can learn to love another person better as well. So, no, I agree. That's some good advice, by the way. Peace was never an option. There you go. Yeah, that's what we've devolved into. I'm joking, by the way. All right, let's continue, homies. I love these conversations, by the way. Honestly, like, I think we'll never get done with Paper Mario, but it's fine. I think it's fine. Dude, we got this late night conversation going on, y'all. It's crazy, So, I will say... We'll continue. So, Crockety, look to the door. We're opening a door. What do you think is going to happen, homies? Guys, the Gospel of Thomas is going to come flying out of this door. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Don't look up the Gospel of Thomas, by the way. It's bogus. But, like, I know that's a big thing people mention. Oh, my gosh, it really is the Gospel of Thomas. What is this, bro? I'm kidding. If I reference a book that's not in the Bible, obviously it's a joke about something that's not actually biblical. So don't go looking into it unless you're trying to study. At long last, the entrance to the Palace of Shadow has been opened. Bro, what's the Palace of Shadow got in here, homies? Violence is never the answer. Violence is the question, and the answer is always yes. Oh, that's the phrase. I was wondering what that was. Because I was like, how did people say it online? Because I know there was a meme about it. Just do it. Yeah, it was Shia LaBeouf. You know what's funny is there's quotes of him saying, say Jesus is Lord. And I'm like, I don't know the context of the film, but it's really funny to me that, like, you know, Shia LaBeouf saying this, you know. As he mentioned, no matter how hard people of other faiths try to turn me away from Christ, it'll never work. No matter how hard they try to. Yeah, I would say, yeah, I agree with that. I think there are people who'll try that, but I think if you're able to have an open and honest discussion with somebody that, like, that may not be their intent. But yes, there probably will be people who try to force that upon people, and it's not cool. My dad prayed for me to find a wife, and we've been married for 15 years now. And I get to the point, get to point out that God told her to marry me, so she can't get mad at me for being me. Oh my gosh, dude! It's like God made me the way that I am. I'm jokingly when I say this. It says, "Listen." Listen, honey, don't be like David's wife, okay? David's wife shamed David when he was dancing for the Lord, all right? When he was dancing for the Lord, you know what he did? Made her childbearing. I'm kidding. That's such a wild thing to say to your wife, bro. Like, don't be like David's wife at that time, bro. She was shaming him. And all he was trying to do was dance for the Lord. But yeah, I'm joking. I'm joking, by the way. Obviously that was more of a meme. But yeah, I mean, that actually did happen in the Bible, but just not in the way that I said it did. You know what I mean? Let's see. The apocryphal text. Of every read. Take it as a Brothers Grimm story to make your kids think. Yeah, definitely. It's one of those things where it's like, don't take it real, but I will say, it is something to funnily reference. So, let's see. I like how Wendigoon describes the Apocrypha as Christian fan fiction. Yeah, I think that's a great way of wording it. It basically is, and I know people may not be like, "What the heck?" But it is. It's like it's not like it is Christian fan fiction, and there's a lot of other stuff that's like Gnostic and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, it's like people made it. To make it sound fancy and stuff like that. But I think, and this is a big thing, it's a problem with a big part of Christianity in the world, is a lot of people want to try so hard to leave their mark on Christianity to the point to where they're willing to, like, write stuff just to make it sound cool. And there's some people who don't mean it as mean or nefarious, but there's some people who write stuff and try so hard to be that mark. And it's like, you don't have to try that hard to be that mark on the world. Also, hi Lee J, how you doing tonight, homie? I have no comment on bringing up that scripture. Is that by any chance one you might have been thinking of? Let's see. Let's see. I said I would say those things to my real wife if I had one. Joking. Yo, you're good. Hey, I'm in the same boat. You know, I would love to have a homie wife, but you know, we'll get to that point at some point. Let's see. Do I hear a cat purring in the background? No, I think you hear the shadow of Palace that's right behind Mario, probably right there. That is kind of good, though. I do have a cat, though. I do have a cat. He's just not in here with me. I'm doing well. Hope the same for you. I am doing mighty majestic today, and my collarbone feels a lot better, so that's good. Never played a Paper Mario game, but the style is very good. I agree. This is one of the best ones. I mean, I've only played this one, but it is, in my opinion, one of my top favorite games. I'm also at the end of the game, but a very fun little story, very fun, and I like it a lot. So, at long last, the entrance to the Palace of Shadow has been opened. Before Princess Peach falls victim to that fiend, before he takes over the world, you must rescue the princess and stop this cataclysm. I almost said the catechism, and I'm like, man. It's funny because I barely know what it is, and I'm saying, like, words that are very doctrine. Well, I won't say doctrine, but I'm saying words that are very in the sphere of theological discussions people have, and I only know that that's like a different thing. So it's like, stop this catechism, stop the schism. There's too many schisms going on. I'm joking. Let's see. It can be funny, and then also not exactly wanting to brace of kids, wanting another brace of kids, which makes such things even funnier. This is one of the best games ever made, in my opinion. Same. It is definitely a top 10 favorite games for me so far. The Shadow Door to Darkness, yes. Currently playing the Origami King. How do you like it so far? Because I was thinking of possibly getting that game. It looks kind of cool. So I can try Thousand Year Door Paper Mario games, and thus far, I gotta say, is one of the games. Okay, cool. Excuse me. Do you like it so far? I've been kind of thinking about. Thinking about it. Minecraft 11 years ago was one of the best times of the internet. Yeah, definitely. I loved Minecraft. I played Minecraft a lot when it came to Xbox. By the way, do you think if Christ was here today, he'd be a cat or a dog guy? Oh, you mean like, I will be honest with you, that's one of those things I don't really think about. I would just say he seems like the kind of homie who'd love all the animals. It's just kind of how it kind of seems what it'd be, you know. So I don't know if there's an either or on that one, but yeah, I'd say either or in the aspect of like it could probably go both ways. It seems like a both to me. Greetings, folks. Hiya, Mystic. How you doing tonight, homie? Or Luna. I guess I could say a Mystician. Mystician. I like Mystic more, if that's okay. Let's see. No one ever expects the Spanish Inquisition. You're right. It is something to play. Yeah, the combat looked a bit interesting too. The combat looks very different from this. I'm doing a lot. I'm doing all right. Your boy struggling a little with a bit of temptation, but managed to make it. Hey, 5 days is good, dude. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, keep going, man. It's awesome, man. So far, I am at a quarter of a month to encourage myself. Hey, and that's great. So just keep going for it, homie, for sure. You know, I remember in the past you were talking about like you were good for almost like I think almost a month or even hit a month. So definitely keep going for it, homie. It's awesome. So far, I haven't gotten super into it, but so far it's kind of eh. I got you. The combat looked really weird. I loved the cardboard look. I thought the cardboard look was really cool. But like, yeah, the combat kind of makes me iffy. I love this combat. I don't know about that one, you know. Trying to do better when I let myself watch. Yeah, definitely. Say it's more of a fun question. Yeah, I'd say that. I think a better fun. This is not a better one, but I think a very fun question to ask is also like, you know, if you had a time machine and went back in time to meet Jesus, like, would he just go up there? Would he tell you? He'd be like, "You're not supposed to be here." That's what I was thinking. There was a meme I saw where it says, where he's like, I go back in time to talk to Jesus, and then he goes, "You're not supposed to be here." It's like, oh, that's the scariest thing ever, you know. All right, we're gonna continue though. Into the breach, Mario. Homies, we're going in. Homies, let's go. Dude, they're closing the door on us. I don't think we're gonna get done this tonight. This is the chapter start. This might be the ending chapter. The 1,000-Year Door. It's a big castle. Palace of Shadow. The title drop chapter, real. This place is rather ugly, but we haven't a choice in the matter, old boy. We must get in there and save Peach before this hullabaloo goes any further. Let's go, dear boy. Alright, Bobbery. Let's go, man. Combat is definitely weird. Seems very fine-tuned for a younger audience compared to 1,000-Year Door, which, yes, was a game for kids, but it doesn't feel like it's more geared towards kids like Origami King does. Okay. Lord Dome, sorry. No, you're good. Lord Dumo. So yeah, I figure even if I can make it a week constantly, it's admittedly not the greatest win, but we'll have to survive. Hey, it's way better than none, I think, and it's a work in progress. The more you work on it, the better it gets. You know. Pray to God that I fall sooner. Forbid that I fall sooner rather than later. Yeah, definitely. Well, I don't know about like. I'd rather just say that like that you fall. You make your mess ups now. I don't know, that makes that sound bad. The worst has already happened, and that the less it happens, the better. That's the best I could say on that. So I'm not gonna lie, I wish I could meet Christ and go back in time and meet him. Yeah, I think that'd be fun and awesome to do as well. All right, let's go through here. Dude, this place, oh my gosh, dude, this is literally the Shadow Realm, guys. Homies, we're in the Shadow Realm right now. What the crud is this? All right, let's get Goombella out. My rebrand is Lord Dumo. I love it. I love it. Let's see. I meant dump. That was unintentional typo. Too late. I will be Lord Dumo in 3 to 5 business days, dude. I'm so excited. Okay, I'm gonna kill one of these guys. Okay. Well, homies are trying to throw a bone. Dude, all these guys are dead. Okay. Tattle. Music's kind of spooky here. That's a Swoopula, an airborne blood-sucking bat thing. Max HP is 9 and attack is 4. As if losing health wasn't bad enough, this little creep adds yours to its own. Oh, okay, so it's a life steal. How totally gross. Don't let it bite me, Mario. Dude, you're probably gonna be the first that gets bit just because of that. Dude, honestly, that's really funny. It almost bit her. Or it almost got her. Let me crank this down a little bit so y'all can see the other thing here. Let me catch up. Try not to blend in at all. I got it. It'd be really hard to blend in if you went back 2,000 years ago, though, so everybody would be looking different. They'd be like, what the heck? Let's see. Swoopula like Dracula, but it swoops? Maybe. That's true. It could be Swoopula. Count Swoopula. 1. Ha ha ha. 2 Swoopula. 3. Dizzy Dial. Drop that crud. I don't want the Dizzy Dial. This is very boss fight energy right here, though. I'm not gonna lie. But I have to be... Oh! Almost got me. Almost got me there. But I have to be realistic about it since I ain't been a Christian for that long. And I have been dealing with this sin for far longer. Yeah, and that's and I'll be honest with you, that is a thing that I completely understand, and it's happened to me myself as well. So I totally get that, homie, for sure. Hold on. Oh no, he stole my dude. 4? Oh my gosh. Okay, he didn't. Oh yeah, he had full health. That's why. All right, let's go over here. Yeah. I could do multi-bonk. Nah, I'm good. I'll just do this here. Gosh dang it. Dude, my homie Goombella is getting wrecked here. Womp. Alright, let's see. Oh man, one section here was rough for me to figure out. Granted, once I figured it out, Googled it, I felt dumb for not realizing it sooner. Oh, I got you. I feel like there's something that's supposed to be built back there, because there's like a random area over there, and I'm like, what the heck is that? I'm trying to like, okay, I need to figure out a way to like, because I can't do that, and I don't want to jump. Actually, jumping might do more damage. Never mind. How am I going to do this? I have no idea. Bro, I might just throw a Bobbery and just be like, Bobbery, blow this guy to smithereens. Definitely time to jump. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely going to have to, like... Gosh dang it. Oh, we're in such a bad spot. Oh my gosh, dude, we're about to get wrecked here. Actually, we can earth tremor this and do a lot of damage. Let's see. Also, no, I didn't forget Owen, but that is pretty rad that you're able to do 2 places at once. It's wild, you know. Also, hi, Freight Train. How you doing tonight, homie? Here, let me look at this over here real quick. I'm gonna have to do earth tremor. No, I panicked. Oh, no. Okay, that wasn't too bad. But, like, I could have done more damage to them. So I've already got a problem. I shouldn't have actually... Why did I do that? Oh, that was so not smart. Oh, my lord. Also, have a good night, Omega. Thanks for being your homie. Just doing well. Just want to say hi before going to bed. No problem, homie. I appreciate it, homie. I'm glad you're doing good, by the way. Well, let's go over here. Blah. Oh, wow. So I can still guard and still have a problem. Okay. Yeah, we're not okay right now. Bro, I should not have done that. I should just go 1 by 1 this time. What the crud? I kind of want to see what Supernova does now. Slice through the screen and do massive damage to all enemies. I probably shouldn't do that. Let me catch up. Goombella might be killed. You're right. I might have to change Goombella out. I might have to blow away then. Let's try Flurry. Alright, well, that happened. Alright. Was it Gale Force? I think so. Oh, let's see. Dude, it does look like there's 2 of them. It's crazy. There we go. Problem solved, homies. Dude, that's so sick. Just blow them all away, homies. We don't need them there anymore. Can't believe they had 4 of them, bro. That's like crazy to me. I'm gonna need to heal the homie at some point. There's 2 ways over here. Wait. Yo! Yeah, get rid of that dumb dizzy dial, bro. I don't need that. I don't want that. Toss that dang thing. Okay. I'm gonna go back up here real quick. At least to save. Because there might be a secret over here. Is the stopwatch worth it? I do think that is a fun one to have, but... I have 2 stopwatches, though. And I have some jam and jelly. I don't think I need another stopwatch. I think one's fine. Alright, let's go down here. Let's see. Good night, Derpy and everyone. Good night, Owen. I hope you have a good night, homie. Hey, the dizzy dial looks like the European Dream... It does look like the Dreamcast logo. I didn't even think of that until you mentioned that's true. Also, I don't know if I said it earlier. I might have said it a little bit ago. But Night Freight Train, too, if you have to go, homie. Mr. Softener. I don't want to get that. Get out of here, bro. I need a bigger inventory space. Are these guys the same thing? Oh, they're... Wait, these guys are actually dry bones. That's crazy. Welcome back, Inky. That's a dry bones. It's a former Koopa. It's a former Koopa whose spirit animates its bones. Why does the dry bones look different than usual? Eek, that's so freaky. The max HP is 8. Oh, defense is 2. Okay. When its HP goes down to 0, it collapses into a pile, but eventually rises again. That's gonna be a problem. Fire and explosions will put a permanent in. Okay, so Bobbery, got you. Bobbery or I can't believe I forgot her name already. The one girl, that's a part of the sisters. Dry bones will sometimes build friends if it's feels outnumbered. Oh, if you don't take them all out close together, they'll keep coming back. Okay, so Bobbery's probably the best one here. Let's wipe them all out at once. These things could totally freak me out. Okay, excuse me. That was sick. Y'all see that? That was so professional. Super professional. Cowboy's bullying you, bro. Cowboy, why are you bullying the homie for? Oh, I made a stupid mistake. I should have just been Bobbery and blown him up. Why'd they give me health, bro? I don't need health. The homie, I almost said Isabella. The homie, Goombella needs help. And we got a level up, too. He was there? No way, bro. Inky, if you don't want to be called a Canadian, what do you actually want to be called? What nationality? I almost said ethnicity, but it's more of a nationality thing. Unless you're ethnically a Canadian. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, that hurt. Sneezing with my collarbone's not fun. I might go with the BP. I think 50 health is pretty good. We'll go with the BP. Okay, I think we need to check our badges now. Dude, I've got 9. Oh my gosh. All right. I don't know if I need those right now. I Okay, I could wear the defense. Okay. If Inky's ethnically Canadian, he'd be Inuit. Is Inky Inuit? I don't know what Inuit is. I've never heard of that. I would think defense plus would be good, or at least for partner, because my partners do be kind of getting wrecked, and I think I need to put that on. HP plus 3 could, or plus P could work too, but I'm trying to think what the heck I'm trying to do here. I guess I could wait for 5 unless I have this piercing blow. I don't need that. Dude, I didn't know about Power Plus. Do I have another single one that I can get rid of? Damage dodge. Boost defense by 1 with a successful guard attack. Okay. So I've got 2 damage dodge. Quake Hammer is still good. FP plus. I mean, Happy Heart's kind of okay, but I don't really care for Happy Heart. Yeah, I invested a lot into BP. BP and... Actually, I was going to say and flower points, but I'm like, that is so not true. BP and health are a little bit, but... I might get rid of Happy Heart. Because it's just 1 HP. Trying to see if there's anything else that I have that's like 1 HP. I have damage dodge, which is good, but... Trying to get enough for 6. I might just get rid of this Happy Heart. And then the ones with 6, I might have... I'd rather have... I don't know. Mario's health's fine. I don't need his health. I probably need to increase the health of my teammates. No, it was Power Plus. That's what I was wanting to get. Okay, so I'm going to do Power Plus. Is Quake Hammer 2? Oh no, Quake Hammer's still on here. Okay. Guess I can drop a close call. Not having nostalgic tunes enabled on is a crime. The new music is fire, but GameCube. So I will say, the sad part about me is this is my first time playing Paper Mario games, so I never grew up with the original tunes, sadly. But I will say, they do be slapping. So I totally understand where you're coming from. Oh my gosh. I've already got problems in the city, and this is one of them. Let's see how much damage I do now. Oh my gosh, I do 10 damage per jump. That's so sick. I'll just say we attack this guy first. Well, I need to not use Goombella for this. Actually, I do, because it's like, bro, crud. Okay. Let's go here. I would say... Guess we can use Bobbery here for this. Let's see how much damage he does. Okay, that's a lot of damage. You get a lot of stuff here too. I don't want this garbage. Dizzy Dial, more like, get out of here, bro. Dizzy Dial cry. Well, okay, I don't know what just happened there, but sick. All right. So I gotta blow a homie up. So yeah, Bobbery does insta-kill them, which is cool. Crud. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that. Oh, well, that works too. Okay, well, I wasn't expecting that, but Friendly Fire is awesome. Thank you, Friendly Fire. That's great, bro. Dude, I just somehow magically just did all right. I don't know how, but I did. Would have focused on eliminating and broke the ice thing personally. I got you, and yeah, I agree. I think that should have been the thing. I probably should have pulled out Goombella for that. So I don't know if Bobbery himself could have done that, but oh my gosh, dude, what the crud! All right, so Bobbery's gonna need to do his bomb squad thing here. Okay, and then my homie here, I'm just gonna jump on him. Killing one of them is important, at least. Okay, and then bomb squad again. I don't know if they're close enough to let the other one go off. I'm hoping they are, but if not, we'll find out. I'm gonna get the guy in the middle. Oh my gosh, I wasn't expecting that. That really did nothing. All right, hold on. I got an idea. Yeah, this is going to be kind of a bro moment. All right, I think we got it. All right, we gaming, homies. What the heck is that? Oh my gosh, dude. Golden bullets. They got gold bullet bills out here. Oh. Well, I don't want to do that. Am I that strong? Am I actually that strong? Hold on. That's insane. I gotta let him hit me. All right, there we go. Call the Bullet William. Bullet William. Enemies be rich. Yeah, they are rich, dude. This really is a demon, bro. That's a bombshell bill. These things are repeatedly shot out by bombshell bill blasters. HP is 3, defense is 2. That's probably why. Attack is high, but its HP is low, so take it out before it takes you out. Then again, if you focus on these guys, you'll never win. Smack that bombshell bill blaster. Okay. Alright, that'll be fine then. Also, hiya Hearts, how you doing tonight, homie? Bombshell because they're blonde. I guess so, I guess so. You gotta be careful, man. Okay, there's 2 of them. Thank the Lord. Alright, I'm gonna have to use her tattle again. That's a bombshell bill blaster. It fires bombshell bills. Makes sense, right? Match HP is 10, defense is 4. Dang. It's really, really, really tough. Hard to hurt this guy. This thing, the thing is, if you don't take it out, it'll keep shooting bombshell bills at you. Okay. So you got to figure out a way to beat it and fast. Okay. I can beat that kind of fast. I'm going to use the hammer first.
Incoming raid.
Also, hiya Zaf, how you doing tonight, homie? Oh, hold on just a second. Thank you for the follow spaghetti as well. What the heck just happened? This is crazy. Hold on just a second. Also, thank you for the raid, Colin the Hollow. That's pretty based. I ain't gonna lie. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope y'all are doing rad tonight. Were you guys doing a collab stream? That's pretty rad if y'all were. If not, then that's okay too. I don't mind. But how you guys doing tonight, homies? Thank you for the raids, homies. I hope y'all are having a rad night as well. We're playing some Paper Mario, by the way. Joy and Jesus, welcome in, homie. How you doing tonight, homie? Hiya, Leah Spaghetti. Big fan of the name. Big fan of the name. Thank you for the cheese as well. I appreciate it. Well, never mind. Thanks for the debate. That's crazy. Let's see. Let me catch up real quick. Hiya, Zerk. Welcome in, homie. Hiya, Frogmans. Hiya, Mystic. Hiya, Joy and Jesus. And also, hiya, Wido J. I call you J or Wido. Thank you for the follow, Colin, as well. I appreciate it. Let's see, I don't have the sub emote, Dreamy Raid or something. Oh, okay, I got you. Well, it's Dreamers raiding in. Okay, cool, based. I ain't gonna lie. So, I ain't gonna lie. That sounds pretty rad. That's okay if you don't have the emote. That's alright. I'm still glad you're a part of being it. That's really rad. Oh, Widow. Got you. Not Wido. Widow. Got you. Celebration stream celebrating 500. Oh, well, congrats on 500 followers, homie. That's based. I ain't gonna lie. Let's see. What y'all do today for your stream or for your 500 follower thing? Did y'all do a fun thingy today? Let's see. And also, we're playing some Paper Mario today. Also, thank you, Widow, for the follow as well. I appreciate it, homie. Yeah, we're probably not gonna be done with the game tonight. This game tonight, but we've been playing some Paper Mario tonight, and it's been pretty rad. Okay, I'm gonna go for this and kill this guy. I love Thousand Year Door. It's so good. I agree. This is my first time ever playing a Paper Mario game, and I really love it. It's one of my favorite things I've played so far. Ooh, I made a mistake. We're about to get killed. I'm about to die, y'all. Oh, that was really bad. Oh, you smelly freak. Alright, hold up. I got an idea. Let's multi-bonk him. There we go. That was a good move. Tomorrow, Derpy and I will collab in Smash Ultimate. You're right, dude. You gotta choose Paper Mario in your Smash Ultimate character. Oops. Oh, thank you. They even got health in here, dude. They're so generous. I really need to play it again. It's been well over a decade. Cool. I've never played it before, and this is my first time playing it, but I'm at the end of the game, I think, close to it. But it's very fun. I really love it. It is a definitely it makes me want to kind of try to play the other Paper Marios, but I also do hear that this is one of the best ones. However, I do want to try 64 as well. Thank you. It was fun. Played Goose Goose Duck. Oh, that's fun. I hear Goose. That's the Among Us game, right? The Among Us Goose game. That's cool. Let's see. Colin, you said I want to play Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. I own it. Just haven't played it yet. It is definitely worth it. It's very fun. Yeah, I'm not the biggest JRPG guy, but like I have played some JRPG games and stuff. I think if you're a big fan of RPG stuff in particular, you'll have a good time with it. All or nothing. Boost attack by properly executing action commands. Drops to 0 if failed. Oh my gosh. What the crud is that? Y'all, I am in danger zone here. 64 is better, but both are amazing. I got you. Well, yeah, then I'll definitely have to check out 64, I think. But yeah, I hear from a lot of everybody is that like 64 and like Thousand Year Door are the best, you know. That PNG tuber is amazing. Thank you. I had a homie make that for me. A homie made that for me for free, by the way, which I thought was so cool. I didn't ask for it or anything. He was just like, here you go, Derpy. And I was like, dude, no way. And it's been really rad. Oh, crud, dang it. But yeah, it's a Paper Mario type beat for it, so it's pretty rad. I need to go. You have a nice night, and God bless. God bless you too, homie. Thanks for the raid, homie. Appreciate it. And I hope you have a good night. I'm honestly on a lot later than I thought I was gonna be, but I think I'm just having an awesome blast. There we go. I got you this time, you smelly freak. Did 8 instantly. But yeah, I forgot what I was talking about. There was something else I was talking about before we were talking about this. When health is depleted in an RPG, I agree. It is not very fun. What was Hearts of Blonde? I'm not sure. Are we getting Hearts lore? Dude, we might be. I will say, dude, being called a bombshell is a compliment. Yeah, I figured it wasn't going to be that easy. I wasn't even that hard, to be honest with you. Finally, at least a saving spot. I would prefer health, though. Dude, there it is. The classic flames. Now we get to see them in Paper Mario. Oh my, hold up. Just in case. Okay. Now I know this is far worse than I thought it was going to be. Alright. What the heck? Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. Maybe I can jump over it? Oh, I'll probably have to jump over it. Yeah, I'll probably have to jump. Okay, let's go. Yep, I gotta jump. It's only scary if you can't jump. Oh my god. What? You're welcome. You're welcome. I always like to raid people who share their community with others. Well, thank you, homie. I appreciate it. That's awesome, homie. Yeah, what do you call it? I gotta get better about that. Is finding some other Christian homies as well, just to raid and stuff. Because I'm usually really busy because of work and stuff, so I gotta be careful. Or not careful. I gotta be more open to finding some homies and stuff too. So I appreciate it when homies are able to be like, yo, dude, Derpy's kind of based, and I'll be like, no way, bro. Does this have... Oh, no, it doesn't. All right, hold up. I'm glad I didn't kill him then. If you touch it, and something even worse will happen if you attack it with fire. Yeah, probably make it bigger. Also, if it attacks you, you might catch on fire, so try to guard well. Let's send this ghoul back to the grave, okay? Please. Okay. Oh, I forgot that homie's got an item back there. What's that mean? It's a pouch. Oh, no. Am I gonna hurt Goombella? I don't want to hurt the homie Goombella. Alright, well, I guess we'll, What was I doing? What was I thinking? Homies, I was not thinking at all. I don't know what I was thinking. I was like, dude, let's try this. Then I proceed to not do what I'm supposed to. Alright, there we go. I wonder if we'll get to the final boss tonight. That'd be pretty sick. Alright, let's sit right here. Let's sit and think. Alright, I'm done thinking. Alright. Let's get Goombella out over here. I wonder how much we have on the tattle log over here, too. 100. Oh, dude, I've got like... Excuse me. I've got a couple missing right here, apparently. But like, I have quite a few. I'm kind of close. I need like a little less than 40 more. Which I assume all of these are towards the end here. Yeah, all these are probably towards the end, I would think. There's a sound gallery. 15 are on the 100 trials only. Okay. Hate to raid and run, but it's 1 a.m. here. No problem. It is actually 1 a.m. here too for me as well. So I totally understand. And I hope you have a good rest of your night, homie. And thanks for being rad, homie. And God bless you too. Whoop. I'm a gamer, homies. This is how pro I am. I was looking. Oh gosh. How much do I need? Can I do this? Should I do this? Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I don't trust it, y'all. I'm healing myself, bro. I'm healing my homies and everything. Alright, let's go. So far, I'm doing pretty alright. There's a gimmick to these, I think. Can I just walk up to it? I'm not really sure. Glurg, blurg. None shall pass. I guess I should just do a voice changer thing here. Is it this one?
Hello? Okay. Let those who would disturb her sleep fall into depths of endless darkness.
Oh, crud. Eek! Oh, wait. Oh, crud.
May the intruder never find the key to this door.
It's the same concept, isn't it? Shouldn't I just get this guy? I feel like I should get this guy. Yeah, I'm assuming he's the key, I would assume, but I might be wrong. Oh my gosh, homies. Okay. That's a Dark Bones, the baddest of the Bones gang. Max HP is 20 and defense is 2. When its HP goes down to 0, it collapses into a pile, but eventually rise again. Fire and explosion will put into permanent into getting it back up, though. HP is high, so it's hard to take down. Okay. Like any of the bones, it sometimes builds its friends if it feels outnumbered. It's a pretty tough enemy. You better take it and its buddies out all at once. Okay, so we're gonna need Bobbery, but I'm willing to try Earth Tremor real quick and see what happens. And then I don't know if Earth Tremor is gonna knock him down, but at least it'll be enough to probably, if I get Bobbery out, it'll probably be enough. Dang it, I tried so hard, but that one's still pretty good, though. Okay, that's actually very good. Alright, oh, crud. I'm so sorry, she's gonna get wrecked, bro. Oh, I didn't think about that. I didn't know bro had ice. Oh, no. Oh, no. Dude, Goombella's so dead. Goombella's gonna freaking die. What the heck? Alright. They're literally gonna kill Goombella. Oh my gosh. Dude, Goombella's so dead. She's so dead. No! Alright. Oh my lord. Why did it get used on her? I still appreciate it, but... Alright. So first off, change her over. She wasted a mushroom. I know, I was not expecting that. I'm gonna have to get another one. I didn't think about that at all. Alright, Bobbery. I need you to bomb squad. Okay, I would prefer those to be split up, but that's okay. Alright. I would say I need to go after the middle guy here. So let's go for it. To get him closer and closer. Wow. Okay. So let's bomb squad again. Okay, so those homies on the right should at least take a lot of hits from this, I think. Primarily, I want... Okay, these guys should probably get hurt. At least the guys on the right should die. Oh my gosh. Okay. So I would say I can definitely bomb one of these. Let's just do one of them. We'll go one by one. The less the better. I'll just get rid of the dark bone. bobbery is very useful here. Dude, I'm already gonna get another level up so quick. Okay, we got the palace key. Homies, we are getting, like, destroyed so far. This is the biggest challenge we've had so far, I would say. What's in here? Ooh, hold up. 50 HP. I like that. I ain't gonna lie. Hold up. Now that they done, like, destroyed me. I don't know if I should use this. Well, it is the final level. You are exactly right, and I probably should be careful of that. Actually, let's keep that mushroom just in case. I think I'm out of the life mushrooms too, if I'm not mistaken. I am, but I've got plenty of them in my inventory. Okay, why did that happen? Oh, it struck first, that's why. Bum bum bum. Okay. We just gonna keep beating this down. There we go. We got one of them. Even better, because guess what? I can do this. Oh, okay, never mind. I was like, dude, what? I don't think this will be strong enough to destroy it, but yeah. Nice. Even better again. Actually, I probably should have jumped on that. Yeah, I should have jumped first. I wasn't thinking about that. Luckily, I still got Goombella, so... Why'd I do that? I keep forgetting that she's not strong enough. Okay, it's alright, though. Dude, we're gonna level up soon again, homies. I am pretty rich, I have to say. Okay, so no fire on these guys. Oh my gosh, dude. There's so many. Oh my gosh. I'll keep that. That'll help me out. Dude, I was so close. That was like right there. That's alright. That should still do a lot of damage, I think. Okay. We're just gonna have to be careful with this. Well, that sucks. Oh, I'm gonna so die. Oh my gosh. Bro, I'm actually so cooked. Alright. I'm not guarding. Okay, there we go. I gotta do it right before this happens. I need to heal. tempted. I'm really tempted to use that, but I'll wait for the Ultra Mushroom. Got an idea. So I don't know if I'll need the Ultra Mushroom or not, or if there's a I can just pay like money or coins. And we gotta level up anyway, so it doesn't matter because I can just get my health back. So that would have been a waste. Okay, I feel like HP should be it, or maybe flower points. I'm barely using flower point stuff. Or I could just drop a BP again. If I do BP, I can get my other stuff. So I'm gonna do BP again. Just because I can add my stuff back that I had. Particularly, I think there was one that I got rid of that I want to get back. Okay, so let's look at badges. I think I have 4. No, I got 3. And it's because I added one of those things. Spike shield. Oh, I didn't know I had spike shield. What? Oh, okay, well now I can just jump on homies that are spiky. No wonder I was like, dude. Alright. I think this is just one I added on here, so we'll put that. So I have 4 now. Flower saver. BP only run. Let's go, dude. Real. At this point, it's basically a BP only run. Let's see. Trying to see like what would work here. Happy heart. I like the happy heart P. I might do that. I could do happy heart for both. Oh, that's what I was doing, right? Is yeah, I was okay. So let's do happy heart and happy heart P. Because that's what I had originally on anyway. That'll help my homies out too from like getting wrecked. Oh, this will work too. I'm kind of debating on playing another Mario game after this or playing Kirby after this. Because there's Kirby's Forgotten Land I kind of want to play after this, but I'm not sure. Kirby Pog, dude, base. Forgotten Land's amazing. Cool. Yeah, I haven't seen very much gameplay on Kirby's Forgotten Land, so... And it looks really fun. Because that's what I'm planning on doing, is that like, and then like after Kirby's Forgotten Land, I'm gonna probably try Sunshine or 64. Super Mario 64 to be exact, but oh no. Double oh no. Because I do have the 3D All-Stars now also. I think Forgotten Land will actually be my first Kirby game. Because I've only... No, okay, Kirby Air Ride. I've played the first one a little bit. Gosh dang it. I feel like Fridays are gonna end up being like a Nintendo day for me at this point. Actually, let's do that, yeah. And I don't trust Koops to be able to kill this thing, so my boy Bobbery's just gonna have to come over here and just wreck these guys up. Okay, so can Bobbery kill this with one run here? Awesome, he can. Even better. When the game is on my side, it's really fun. And I also still have to finish Mario Odyssey as well. What the heck just happened? A giant fork just like ran off my homie, dude. I have a lot of Mario games I haven't played now that I think about it. You see the Direct? I did. I saw that Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 are coming to Switch, which I'd only be paying for 2 because I already have the All-Stars thing. What's this? P up and down. Oh, it's a partner version of it. Okay. I do like the ice thing. I probably should keep this. This one's probably important. I don't know if I like the slow mushroom. How'd you feel about the Direct though, Inky? I was kind of iffy about it. I thought it was interesting. Like, so I don't know much about the Virtual Boy, but I saw a lot of memes about like how like they like people were like, why are you bringing back the Virtual Boy? and the fact that it's $100 is kind of wild, you know. And yeah, RE9 on Switch 2 seems cool. I'm really excited for Resident Evil 9. I also like how they're taking like the strong things of the Resident Evil games and letting you choose of like, do you want to play third person or first person, which I think is cool. I might just stick with first person. I'm excited for the oh, dude, same, honestly. I loved the art style of the Yoshi game. I thought that was so cool. I was like, you know, I wouldn't mind playing that. And I know that like it's kind of directed to kids almost, but it's like I like the way it looks. It's really cool. Also, thank you for the water. I appreciate it. Also, hiya, Brendia. How you doing tonight, homie? I hope you're doing rad tonight, Brendia. I don't know what to get rid of. I'm gonna be honest with you. Hold on a second. Alrighty, I'm back. Maybe I just don't need this. I'll get rid of Ice Storm. I probably don't need it. Oh, we're in some deep duty here. I don't need to use Bobbery here. Mouse. Doing quite well. Been chatting with someone I don't get to chat with often. I'm happy. Well, that's pretty cool then, homie. I'm glad you're doing rad then. That's awesome. So you know what? I'm going to save myself some time. We're just going to try to blow these homies away. There we go. Easy win right there. Just getting Bobbery out just in case. Oh, I got a lot of homies out over here. Oh, I messed up. I don't necessarily mind it though, but I still like, I don't like messing up like that. I keep goofing up here too. Alright, I would say get him in front. That way he's done for good. Then get my homie over here. And then we good. There's a lot of homies to fight here, but I guess it's good to fight them though so I can level up. Okay, awesome. That works too. Dang. I'm slowly getting tired, homies. I want to see how far I can go, though, first. Dude, no way. Jedi Gumby in here in the last final part of the area? How is he doing this, man? Dude, Jedi Gumby's crazy. How did bro get here? That man's gotta chill the heck out, bro. Jedi Gumby's insane for this, bro. What is he doing, bro? I don't like the enemy. I don't like enemy spam with the exact same enemies. I agree. What the heck am I supposed to go with this? I guess there's multiple doors I gotta go through. Well, alright, that was just a waste. I would assume at some other point I would go where I need to go. This is a puzzle, isn't it? If I go up to the top left, I'll find out if this is a puzzle. Something tells me this is the one that Cowboy might have been stuck on. Just because this is definitely something I'd get it stuck on. Alright, so I'd say let's just try this top one then. Okay, this is really weird. So I would say, I guess maybe I go down here. I guess I go through here. Oh, this part. Is this the part you were struggling with? I can totally understand, because I'm a bit confused myself. Guess I can go back this way. Nope, that didn't do nothing. Yep, yeah, I could definitely see, like, I could, like, just the moment of doing this, I'm like, huh. Wonder if it's the signs on the doors. So, like, that one. Well, the signs on doors, like, you probably face palm like I did. I got you. Is it really obvious? I feel like the paintings kind of give it away. No, it doesn't make sense. Maybe this way. No. Don't worry, cowboy is smelly, you can make it, dude. No way. I appreciate it. But maybe it's the power of cowboy that got him doors too. Being smelly was a power, sure. It can be. I'd say it happens in Smash Bros. Tournaments a lot. The best way to win is to make sure no one can smell you. I don't really know what I'm doing. I might end up looking it up myself. Like baked Brussels sprouts. I will say I ate baked Brussels sprouts at one point, and they kind of felt really weird texturally for me. I was like, bro. Maybe I just keep going to the right. Okay, so it's definitely a pattern. Because I went like 3 times to the right and then it did this. So this is my guess. You go a couple times to the right. Instead of 3, so it's 2 times to the right. So 2 to the right. And then maybe the, one of the times up here, I guess. Okay, 2 times to the right again. Actually, to make this go by quicker, get my boy Iggy. Iggy Wig. I can see the hint, but I'm not gonna give it to him unless I, okay, so two on the bottom right. Or if it's 2 each. 2 on the bottom right, 1 on the top right. Okay. So 2 on the bottom right, 1 on top right. I wonder if I need to go down. Oh, wait, is it the fire? Hold on. I didn't even think of that. This fire's lit right here. We'll see that real quick. It's the fire. Oh my gosh. All right, there you go. That makes more sense. That's why, okay. Well, now I know what I'm doing though. So that's good though. So yeah, I can totally understand why like that's like a wow, you kidding me moment. So okay, fire's down here. Okay, because I was like, wait a minute. I was like, there's got to be something that indicates that. And I'm like, okay, it's the fire. Okay, I'm guessing the other one's probably up here. Nope. Okay. Oh, I see it. It's lit down there. Dude, imagine like not knowing this though. Like I can totally understand this. Like imagine not knowing about that. That would probably take so long to go through them all. Dude, there's chain chomps down here. Bro. Man, we're clear for we clear one freaky room just to find another. This area is almost like an underground city, huh? What is this place? I don't know, brother. Let's see. This game came out at a time where most kids didn't use the internet for cheats too. Yeah, definitely. So that was pretty hard for a lot of I would assume that was probably extremely hard for some kids to do there. This looks breakable. Okay, it's not. I was just trying. Some poor kid in 2004 would have been racking his brain for hours that day if he only had 1 hour of games for... If you only had 1 hour a day. Oh, yeah, if you only had like an hour a day, dude, that... Yeah, it'd be rocking the world. Bark, bark. I think I haven't fought a chain chomp yet, so... Yeah, these guys are probably like really hard health. The fog kind of helps here. My parents only let games on the weekends. I got you. That's something I think I'd have to think about in the future if I get a family. Is that like, you know, what's a good amount of time? That's a chain chomp. I'd hate to get chomped by those teeth. They look nasty. Max HP is 7, but the defense is 5. Okay. His body is hard, so most attacks won't do much. Plus, you can't damage it with fire or ice attacks. Luckily, it has low HP, so you can take it down with a special move or an item. Okay. Chain chomps are like so super pumped all the time. Don't they ever get tired? Oh my gosh. He couldn't even reach me. What the heck? He didn't even reach me. Nah, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. You can call me Sir Father. Actually, I don't know. Sir Father sounds like a religious title. Just call me Stir Derpy. Or Derpy. That'd be pretty sick. Yeah, it's funny. He's like, he can't get to me. He's too far over there. Oh, I didn't think about that fog. I got you. If homework and house chores were done, we'd have 1 hour of a day for games on weekdays, and on the weekends, if our chores were done, we could spend time outside on warmer days. Oh, okay. Well, dang, if there's a freaking save spot, why'd I even go through the trouble of this? Oh, there's 3 now. I guess we're gonna try this. No. I'm gonna try Earth Tremor again. Dang it. I think if I'm not mistaken, the bomb only did 1 damage, so yeah, 'cause it's got 5 defense. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Fog. Even better. I don't know what the crud just happened, but sick. Alright, cool. Dude, sick. Oh, no. I missed too. Whoa. Why did I not do that? Let's see. Honestly, hopefully, but life hasn't worked out how I hoped it. I would see. We'll see. I got you. Yeah, that's how I am, bro. I'm in the mid-20s myself, bro, and I ain't had a girlfriend since I was 19, I think, or 20. So hasn't been 10 years yet, but it's getting closer. I do think that there are homies that are like ladies that are interested in me. It's just more of like, am I like gonna willingly like push towards something like that? I think it's more of a thing that I struggle with in my life, where it's like I'm very apprehensive of wanting to get into one. Like, I can tell that there'd be some homies that, like, if I were just to be like, hey, do you want to go out? They'd probably be like, yeah. You know, but, like, it's just, I guess it's kind of hard for me to want to get into something. Worst case, I have friends with kids, and I can be the cool uncle until I find someone I can financially support a family. Yeah, definitely. That's something I think on that too as well. I'm like, yeah. I wonder if I can just like push that. That would have been funny if I could. But yeah, that's a big thing for me, is that like I would It just depends. Like, I'd have to get to know someone also, because I know what it's like to just try to get to know somebody, and you know, and I did it like way too fast, and so that's one thing for me is that like I don't want to move fast, for like a relationship or nothing. And I also don't want to be a desperate like simp for somebody, you know, like that's a big thing to me as well. Cause I see that crud all the time online, and it just makes me feel gross that like, you know, like, cause there's definitely like there might be some girls I guess out there that semi like that, but that says more about them too, you know. So like that's one thing I have to like try not to is be like, you know. One thing I try my best to do is just be honest with how I am and who I am, and not try to alter my like what do you call it? Alter my viewpoints or opinions just because I like a girl or something, you know. Or the cost of the U.S. cost of childbirth is insane. The average 18K. Are you kidding me? More people aren't having kids. I didn't even think of that, bro. What the crud? You know, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm about to make y'all be like, what the crud derpy? You know, so y'all know I had my accident about like a month ago. I was kind of trying to call to get bills, and these homies literally were like, yeah, you might have like, you know, they're like, I don't know. It's like we usually wait till to hear from the insurance company, and then they proceeded to say that like there's a chance that I have like for my visit, it's a 51,000 like cost for me to be in there for what, like 4 or 5 hours to get cleared. Like, I get it, like, you know, the tests and stuff cost a bit, but you mean to tell me that me being in there could possibly cost 2 times what I pay, like I make in a year? Like, I'm like, that's kind of crazy, you know what I mean? So I'm about to talk to them and be like, listen, like, if you're wanting this money, you're not going to get this money anytime soon. So if you want money from me, you might as well get the money that I'm going to be able to pay for. I'm not going to sit there and, you know, go that long for it. So I think it's just kind of insane. So, you know, like for someone like my Meemaw, who was clearly in the ER, went through surgeries, like I was like, yeah, 50,000 makes perfect sense for my Meemaw. I'm like, yeah, like yeah, for her, understandable. But for me, who came out with like what, a bruised collarbone and seatbelt bruises, like 50K, like you're crazy. So the birth rate thing I think is also insane to me too. What the heck is that? I have no idea what this thing is. It's a wizard, bro. It definitely do be looking like it's got a wizard thing going on here. That's a dark wizard. It's a part machine, part organic, centuries old thing. Max HP is 10 and attack is 5. Defense is 2. It uses magic to attack and to alter your conditions, so stay on guard. Okay. If there's only one left, it'll multiply itself to confuse you. Okay. I know they look totally goofy, but they're actually pretty tough enemies. They do look very goofy. Not sure if that's before or after insurance, given the insurance provider even decides to cover any of it. Yeah. No, even then, I'm pretty sure getting an itemized bill would drop that cost. Yeah, I need to get it itemized as well. Most people don't know how to do that, yeah. 18K's average with insurance, 30K's without. Oh my gosh, dude. Maybe it's not as crazy as I thought it was to now have to go to an ER visit for 50K if 30K's for birth rate. Like, what the crud? Oh, man. So I'm guessing, like, I'm just going to have to call them and ask for an itemized bill and be like, alright, listen, this is way too much. No, you goofball. Derpy, what are you thinking, brother? At least I got it back, but still. Dude, they're about to destroy Mario. Hello, Mario. That was fire bobbery. We're getting close to another level up. I don't know if we're gonna beat this tonight, but now I guess it depends on how tired I feel. What happens when private insurance has a stranglehold on the healthcare system, but at this point getting public healthcare in the US isn't very viable, since without getting too political, I already don't trust where my tax dollars are currently going, so I can't imagine just another thing to take more taxes out. Yeah, I agree. I can understand that. Yeah, and that's a big thing too, is that, like, I get that, like, tax dollars can already, like, help fund, like, them, but, like, you know, already paying this much also with that stacked on top is kind of crazy for me. Especially that much, you know. Like, for me, I couldn't control that I was in, you know, in a car accident. I'll get 55 health. My opinion, U.S. tax rate isn't the issue. The government's not. It's the government not knowing how to spend it. Yeah, I can understand that. And that's where I'm at. Like, I don't mind if there is a tax cut on things. I just want to know it's being used in the right thing. But, you know, we've also got things like I mentioned a little bit earlier in stream, like the, in quote, Department of Faith thing that's going on, where it's just like, it's just a really dumb, like, thing. Which I'm like, I'm all for a Department of Faith, especially if, like, there's a good heart behind it, but I'll be honest with you, homies, the things that they're doing with it is not very cool. So I'm just like, you know, it's like, we could, you know, not have that, especially if it's like, in this case. Oh wait, hold up. dude, are we gonna... what's the point in this? I'm not gonna be able to do anything with it. But yeah, But yeah, so I gotta somehow deal with those ER bills that I've got pretty much coming up. The insurance company of the driver said that, like, they'd pay for some of it, but there's no way I can, like, do it, you know what I mean? The audience hits max if you get a triple. You mean like a triple as in like a... like this? Or do you mean as in a triple like... Oh, okay, I didn't know that. So if you get a triple on those slot thingies, okay. Wow. I wonder if this is where they're at. Uh-oh. Who are you? I don't know what the voice is. What? Are you, dude? Do we have to fight the bosses over again? I forgot the voice I used for her. Or unless this is the demon again. That'd be funny if we're just going through the same things over and over again. Let me see if I can find it. There was a voice I'd used before. I think it's this one.
Ugh. Okay. No one's disturbed me here in eons. Who dares defile this sacred place?
Now, who's this dragon? I say, isn't that Hooktail, the thing you beat before? Yes, enormous, with rather grimy toes. Yes, that suits this creature to a T.
What? You destroyed my precious younger sister? I wondered why she hadn't ridden recently. Quake in fear, mortals, for I am Gloomtail. I will avenge my sister by taking your lives and then gnawing on your bones.
Oh, dude, I just remembered the foot thing from the first dragon. Yeah, it was really weird. I was like, what the crud kind of like... It's like they predicted like people would be like this in the future. It's
really weird. My first fresh meat in ages. Allow me to take my time and toy with you a while. And can't
leave from this fight. Alright, so let's get her into the tattle here. As Gloomtail, I think he's Hooktail's brother. I see the family resemblance. Max HP is 80. Oh my gosh, defense is 2. He'll bite or stomp you, and he also he may also breathe poison on you. Great. When his HP gets low, he may throw in some other attacks as well. Wouldn't surprise me. Especially watch out for his mega breath move, because this word. The word it's gnarly. The word is it's gnarly. Okay. He also stores power for some attacks, so use Vivian to hide to avoid those. Okay. So Vivian, I gotta use her to. Okay, just checking real quick. Dang, that's kind of wild. Just use Bobbery here until the attacks are needed here. kind of throwing them all over the place here. Oh, that is so much damage, by the way. It's kind of crazy to me. Oh my gosh. I goofed up on that bomb throw right there. So it only does 1 damage. Is it even worth it at that point? Oh, I didn't even think about breaking out Vivian, dude. That's such a great idea. That way we don't get hurt. Dude, that's such a good idea. Veil this homie. That scared me. I was like, dude, I was about to mess up. Oh, I should have blocked. I'm gonna need to heal. Okay, swap and back up to Bobbery. Okay, we're gonna do Bomb Squad again, except for the right reasons now. I kind of just need to spam them over there. Oh, here's another one.
Gwah, ha 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 ha. You are tough meat, my little tasty morsels. But how will you fare against this?
I don't know how I did that, but sick. All right, I need to use an item. Kind of feel like I should use an Ultra Mushroom here. Yeah, I'm gonna need to use the Ultra Mushroom. I was gonna say like I can try to do somebody else, but I don't think. Yeah, I think this doing 4 damage is probably just better. Oh, I messed up. Now I have to go back down here. Hold on, homies.
Gua? You're not the easy prey you appear to be. I would never be able to show my face again if I was bested by you whelps. So I will show you the true extent of my power.
Oh my gosh. Bro. This dude is insane right now. Alright, so this is where I'm gonna have to do Vivian's thing here. Because that would like 1-hit me. That would nuke. That definitely would kill Bobbery if anything. Oh, I hope this doesn't like hurt her real bad. I get so scared of that. Like, what if I mess up? I wonder if that destroys Veil. Okay. Nice. I got a bingo, homies. And it maxed my flower points, so it's good. Mega breath.
Gwaha, do you understand my true power now?
No, because I was gone, bro. Bro, he's doing it again. That was funny. That was just that the health bar didn't even move. Alright, just hit the hammer again. Alright, Vivian. Let's do it again. That one was way easier. What is he saying? How can this be?
How can this be?
Gloomtail guy is a jerk. I agree, bro. What the heck just happened? Where'd that ghost come from? Oh, crud. To be honest, this battle was easy for me because I had somehow frozen Gloomtail. Interesting. I didn't even know you could freeze Gloomtail. I don't think he charged up this time, so I can swap my homie back out. And it's, oh lord, dude. I feel like if you got a small just scent of that, it would probably smell like a dead carcass. There was one time I smelled one of the worst smells known to mankind when I went to a convention. And I never smelled anything disgusting like that ever again. I would imagine that's how it smells. Well, I didn't see that coming. You're Rex Funny Jim.
No, no, is it true? Can I expire?
Can he expire? I don't know. 50 bonus coins. 25. Are they gonna make me fight doppelgangers of like every character now? Or is it just Hooktail? Just Hooktail. Okay, cool. This battle's actually easier than the 100th trial. Oh, I gotcha. The other enemies are nobodies. Oh, okay. There's a bobbery thing over there. Let's just check what this is, I guess. Starstone. Okay. I would assume, and this is just possibly Mr. Derpy vibe here, but I assume I gotta go this way, but I was gonna be like, there could be a star crystal over here. I don't think there is, though. Alright, we'll probably get to a save point and then probably stop, I think. I'm hoping there's a save point. I probably need to go to bed. Ooh. Yeah, let's pick that up. That's gonna be useful, I'm sure. Hi, Amy. How you doing tonight, homie? I'm up way too early. Or no, wait. Too late, I mean. But I'm doing pretty grad. I ain't gonna lie. Just super tired. I think we should keep one mystery just for the heck of it. That's it. A single mystery. Excuse me, maybe I don't need 3 shooting stars. Maybe I just need 1. I'll drop Earthquake. I don't think I'll need that. See, there could be a Crystal Star here. Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. I meant Crystal Shard. They got me pretty good with that particularness there. Oh, yeah, I forgot I have a random star now, so I guess I gotta use that star somewhere. Oh, the dreaded 3 boxes with helpful items in a mysteriously calm area. I agree, it's kind of wild. Am I supposed to go back over there? Hold on. So I was actually really tempted to just go all the way back. Maybe not, because it's maybe this is just a secret. Yeah, because I feel like no one would see that over here. Good little sad about losing my job. Miss the customers. What time is it there? Must be late. It's 7:13 p.m. for me in New Zealand. It is 2:14 a.m. for me. So I need to go to bed like really soon. There's a warning in place for extreme winds, so a little nervous about that. Oh, 93 is pretty big. I'm not gonna lie. I would say is just in case of possible tornadoes, or in your case, if you're near the shore, possibly hurricanes, but or a cyclone. I don't know, but I would say it is important to be safe with that stuff, because we've had winds, I think 60 and higher, and it took a big branch off our giant tree that we had. Animals freak out though over stuff like that too, so it is important to be careful. I'm thinking tornado, yeah, that's usually what I'd be thinking. Sorry, I had a massive zone out. I've been employed almost continuously since I was 12, and I'm 37. So weird not having anything to do. I can get that. Yeah, I understand that, especially not being able to do anything. Yeah. Getting paid for 11 days wages next week though, and I get my government benefits, so I'll be okay. Okay, well that's good that you'll be all right then. Let's see. I'm also landlocked in Tornado Valley, so hurricanes and tropical storms aren't super common here. Yeah, same here. Well, I'm not really in Tornado Valley per se, like that whole line of like the flatlands, but usually with being in Tennessee, like I'll probably get some outer rim of hurricanes, but it's primarily tornadoes here if there's anything like that. Let's see. Saw your post in Discord that you were driving and narrowly missed a tree falling on your car. Yeah, it was really wild. I was just driving and like this big branch just falls out of nowhere. And I'm like, what? I'm like, why? But, you know, it just, I guess one of the branches decided it was giving up. It's like, I'm out of here, man. I don't want to be here no more. But yeah, it's all good though. I lied when I was 12 and said I was 16. Oh, I got you. hire me. So you were like an undercover cop. I got you. I got you. Except not a cop, just an undercover labor worker. You're in that weird part of the South that's smack dab in between the Midwest and Tornado Valley. Both notorious for tornadoers, yeah. I haven't had an actual tornado go above my house or nothing, but there was a time it was real close and it was like real green outside, and I was like, yeah, it's kind of wild. It did hail today near the school though that I was working at, so I was like, dang. So you never been near or in a tornado? They happen in the North Island, not the South Island, as far as I'm aware. I got you. They're not fun. I've never been. Like when I was a kid, I was like kind of in one, but they're more scary just because you see all the bad ones a whole lot, and they are scary if they start ripping stuff out. But if you do take your precautions, it's good. I think a big reason it doesn't get me a whole lot is because of like hilly areas and stuff. I think tornadoes are probably the worst whenever it's flatlands. That's why they have like Tornado Valley, for example, which is like primarily those like flatlands there. It's like Kansas, for example, and like I don't know if Oklahoma counts, but definitely Kansas, that area over in like the semi-middle, I guess. There's like a flatland stretch over there too. Also, I've been to a tornado, was seeing the damage from one start right at the intersection of my road and another road at our previous house. I gotcha. Dang. Hose a bit of 3 units, so pretty safe, but max winds have been in here is 43. Yeah, 43 is already pretty strong, I'd say, but yeah. I would say definitely do not be going outside during those winds for sure, because those are some very strong winds. Here we get blizzards. Dude, I believe it. Yeah, with being north up there, yeah. Blizzards, I've never been in one, but I know when Texas had a real bad one a few years back. Texas was like, I remember people like, it was like an ice scape in Texas. It was freaky. And then that was it. It was just like a random moment. And then it was just like, all right, no more random crazy blizzard. It's like, I've never been in Texas. I mean, I have been in Texas, but I've never been to Texas around that time, you know? Now, we had a hailstorm here like 5 years ago, and every car was written off in my town. Oh, that stinks, man. Yeah, that's a big thing too, is that like, yeah, I feel like all your cars are freaking broken and destroyed. That's just a very bad inconvenience. It's gonna ruin things. How's your collarbone? Doing a lot better actually, which is good. I'm still having some sharp pain sometimes, but I've been able to sleep, so that's good. Seeing the end result of a blizzard is beautiful, though. It is. It's like an ice majestic thing. I've seen some pictures of like the one that happened in Texas, and even though it's still freaky, it's still wild, you know. I was hoping to go to church for the first time in a while, but I don't know if I'll be safe to go out tomorrow morning in the wind. Yeah, if I would say, this is something my pastor says. If it's too dangerous for you to come to church, probably better off you don't get yourself, you know, in harm's way just to do it. Granted, there's a time and place for that, obviously. But if it's one of those things where you can hold off and go next week, that'd probably be the case then. Because driving in like 90-degree weather or 90 miles per hour winds that sounds kind of wild. Sounds like very dangerous. Or the last hailstorm we had was last year. Left a big pile of hail outside our living room window. Dented the crown out of my car, and that's why now we have a carport. Understandable, yeah. Noise was intensely loud when I heard the storm approaching. I was in a store. Everyone went outside when we heard the noise. I got home like 30 seconds before the storm hit. Oh, okay, so you kind of dodged a lot of it, I'm guessing. That's pretty good then. But yeah, that does stink that like that's like a that happens to homies. Charlie Kirk Memorial Gathering to cross my town tomorrow night. Interesting. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of people are showing their respect in some ways, which I think is really cool. What is this? I wonder if I gotta throw him in there. Oh, yep. Oh my gosh. That's what it was. I had insurance on my car, and the inheritance came through from my grandma who lived 100. That's pretty cool. So oh, save? Okay, I will save real quick. Oh. I'm getting really tired though, homies. I'm gonna probably have to go to bed super soon. Hopefully, this isn't like right at the end because I don't want to play all the way to the end right now. I'll probably have to wait till next week. Montana, I got you. Grandma got a letter from the Queen and Prime Minister. Interesting. That is a very interesting thing to get. I didn't know there was a Queen of New Zealand. I guess it's unless the Prime Minister is the Queen. Insurance covered most of the repairs on my car from the hail. But I still had to pay $250, better than near $3K. Yeah, I agree. That is a lot better. Like yourself in the morning, going to bed ASAP. I agree. I get to sleep in because it's the weekend. Okay, let's save here. Oh, everyone who gets to 100 gets those letters. Oh, that sounds really cool. Oh, so when you say the Queen, you mean the Queen of England and the Prime Minister of New Zealand. Well, that's kind of cool. New Zealand's under the Commonwealth. King Charles owns us technically, but we rule ourselves. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that. Gonna game a bit, I think, and do some reading. No problem, homie. I will probably be ending super soon. I just don't know what's coming next. I'm guessing there's not... I'm guessing this is... Is this going to be a long cutscene thing, or can I save after this? If this is going to be a long cutscene thing, I'm going to be flat out real with y'all. I think I should just end it here. And then just beat it. This part is long. Alright, so I think this is a good place to stop. And then next week, I'm guessing, is when we'll beat the game. So let's just... I say... Sorry, Bobbery. I almost threw him right in the water. We didn't rebel against the British unlike you guys. That is true. We do be a loud bunch. I ain't gonna lie. I will say it is very funny how the British homies and the American homies get into little tussles on the internet. They're like, and you know they throw these insults at each other and stuff, and I'm just like, man. But yeah, it is very funny. I do like it when there's like people who bring up history and then they're like saying this, and I'm like, It's very, very funny. Not that I participated in them, but yeah, it's like, let's see. New Zealand is the first country in the world to let women vote. Cool, I didn't know that. That's a very interesting thing. Let's see. They went from 1/4 of the world to a tiny island. That is true. I did hear about that. It is wild. Their food is horrible. Well, I haven't tried their food yet, so I know a lot of homies from quite a few homies from Britain though. Dude, if they made pepper jack cheese, I'd freak the crowd out. I ain't gonna lie. I'm assuming some American made pepper jack cheese though, but well, I'll see real quick though. What country made pepper jack cheese? I bet it's gonna be America. Yeah, of course it's from California of all places too. It's from freaking it's from Monterey, California. Yeah. Of all the places, of course it comes from California. That's so funny. that just kind of falls into place because California is the meme. Actually, well, we've got plenty of meme states. Florida and I think California are like big meme states for different reasons. Like a bunch of crazy people live in Florida, and then, well, I guess you could say a bunch of crazy people live in California, but you know. British food looks awful. I've never seen it, I don't think. I know they call it fish and chips and stuff like that, but yeah. That explains why it's also called Monterey Jack. Yeah, I was curious about that too. But it makes more sense because it's based off the city. So Monterey, like where Monterey Jack is from. Yeah, that's basically it. So I'm guessing pepper jack is just another word for Monterey Jack. I don't know why about why you guys rebelled. I think it was more about like, I don't know the exact thing, but at least the history of what it seems like is that there was something, I can't really remember why the whole thing happened, but we had the forefathers is what they call them. The founding fathers, not the forefathers. And there was something about the king. I forgot which king it was. There was some king during that time when I think it was the War of 1812 is when that happened. And they did something. I can't remember, and it was enough to cause. It was enough to cause a lot of the homies like to start a like revolution. So I don't know the full thing, but I'm guessing some people were either treated wrong or something like that. I'm not sure. And I like, you know, it's an interesting thing though. It's been a long time since I've been in history, but I know that they teach this to the kids in school, but I haven't. I love hearing about history, like especially like World War history, but like I don't really know the big details, if that makes sense, you know. Taxes. It's the first time the Brits met the native Maoris. Here they all kill each other. Interesting. Maoris still are like 15% though, which is the highest for any native post-colonialism. Didn't know that. There's still a debate about land and who owns it. Yeah, that seems to be a very big human thing that happens so far, is that like there's a lot of like debate on whose land is whose, apparently. Multiple reasons, but the big one was being taxed heavily for everything by the Brits to pay off war debts for the French and Indian War. Yeah, the Boston, the Boston Tea Party is a big thing that does get taught in schools. Is that like I think, if I'm not mistaken, we as America kind of were like, forget you people, and threw a lot of their tea into the water, and due to the response of that, and then they started making like, there started being more legislation started coming out, and then the War of 1812 kind of hit in. Oh, 1812 was after independence? Okay, I got you. Well, I didn't know that then. Interesting. And so essentially, like, I know that like when they started making amendments. Their intent behind the amendments that they had been making were to stop a lot of like corrupt governments and stuff like that. So I'm gonna take a guess and say that there was something corrupt that had happened, which was probably like, I guess in their case it was the tax raising. But there were probably some other corrupt stuff as well. This is the Treaty of Waitangi. Was an agreement of peace between the Brits and the Maori. Excuse me, but it was badly translated. This was in 1840. Oh, okay, I got you. The U.S./Canada made many treaties with the natives too, but the Europeans just broke them all. Oh, okay, I got you. The Maoris got guns and blankets, and we got a bunch of their land. Interesting. Like to the point where they placed a tax on us for any written letter. Basically, it would have been similar to taxing every text message that's sent today. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Heck, in the U.S., Native Americans didn't get U.S. citizenship until 1924. Yeah, they were treated pretty bad. I remember hearing a lot of stuff about like during those times, especially when a lot of their land was being taken from them, the Native Americans. Why people gotta be so mean to each other? I agree, bro. I agree. People are like, "Hey, I like this. It's mine." It's like it's kind of wild, but I agree. People be people, dude. It's wild. And the Boston Tea Party was to protest the tea tax, in which we dumped a couple decades worth of British tea into the Boston Harbor. The translator of the treaty was sick that day, so they used the backup translator. It didn't work out so good. I got you. Lots of land wars between the Maori and the Brits after. Interesting. Well, I didn't know that part of history, so that's interesting stuff. I know primarily a lot about American history, especially in regards of like World Wars and stuff like that. Not perfectly, but I know a good amount. So I'm more familiar with the World Wars rather than the independence or the revolution for the American Revolution. Even though I still remember quite a bit of it, like the Boston Tea Party and stuff like that. People aren't allowed guns in the New Zealand part for hunting animals. Not sure how it works exactly, but we don't get shootings. So that is a big thing that's debated a lot between people. This is my personal opinion, and I kind of agree with some people who talk about this. In America, guns are allowed, but I do think it is a good thing. And, you know, I've had people come in and try to be like, you know, like, oh, yeah, 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 yeah. You know, I've people do that to me a lot when I like talk about this. It's like, I don't, and which also, I'm not saying you're saying that, by the way. I've had people come in and kind of just be like, very like, ignorant, if that makes sense. I'm not trying to be mean, but I've had people who've come in and were very ignorant about it, and I will say this: I think it's a good thing, but it also does have that open door for those problems. However, when you've got, for every whack job who goes on a wild spree like that, you have a bigger opportunity to stop that too, you know. What do you call it? Let's see. We only allow hunting rifles, but they're strictly controlled. Yeah. I do think that, like, there should be a lot more mental tests to prove that you're not a like a psychopath, for example, to get a gun. Like, I do think that's important to make sure. But even then, some people can slip by, you know. It's not, and it's wild to say this, but I think it's true. It goes down to it's a sin issue, not a gun issue. It's always the person, not the, gun. Let's see. And another thing too, a big reason why the founding fathers in America allow guns. While I'm not a person who's very keen on being desperately to keep the guns. I do think it's a good thing just because it does help against corrupt governments or someone trying to invade the land of America, for example. And I know there might be some people who be like, well, this doesn't happen or that doesn't happen. And the reason is it doesn't happen. And there's other things too that goes into that too. Like, I've heard stories of people like they're like the Cold War. I've heard stories of like the Cold War about how like when Russia was going to possibly go to war with America, they stopped at this Cold War area because the part in the Cold War because while they said that they were confident on taking on America's military, they weren't confident on taking on the civilians who also had guns and would fight back. And so that's a big reason why I think it's it is a good thing, but also I get the concerns of the whole shootings thing for sure. So that's one of those things too, is that like a lot of people will probably say, well, it doesn't happen, so it's not needed. And it's like, well, when it's taken away, watch something happen, because something will, like it's one of those things where it's like, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it can't happen. And it's a thing where if you take something away just because you don't see it, it will show up at some point, let me see real quick, which I'm not saying I'm all for guns or anything like that, or I'm all against guns, but I see the appeal in it. Let's see. And said, see, there's the odd stabbing. One guy went crazy in a supermarket a few years ago and stabbed. Like, yeah, and that's the thing too. It's like, like you can take guns away, but someone's gonna find some other way to do it. You know what I mean? Like you can take the guns away, but they're gonna find something else to do this. And the serial stabbing thing is like, that's another example of like, yeah, like. And if you take that away, someone's gonna find something else, it stinks, but like humans are crafty, and I'm not saying that justifies certain things being in the systems, but there are a lot of crafty humans, and they're always gonna find a way to sin. And that doesn't mean that we should be magically okay with allowing certain things. Like, just because humans are crafty doesn't mean we should allow RPGs, But I do think that, like, mentally stable people should be able to defend themselves like that, for sure. Let's see. Charlie Kirk thought it was good. Yeah, and he also, he's a good example of someone who, like, at the end of the day, respects that. That is what the founding fathers wanted. And I know a lot of people might seem this as mean, but like when people say if you don't like it, go to another country, it's like, yeah, I kind of agree. Like, why does America have to be your special home if you don't like that? Like, there are other countries to go to. I think what makes America is that freedom to do so. So it's like, which is also isn't like, to be mean to anybody that says this, but it's one of those things where it's like, I get wanting to change the bad if there is bad, but like America, and this is a biasism, I think it is the freest place. It doesn't mean it's got the best, pros all the way around, but I do think it is the freest like nation, for example. Just because of the freedom of speech and the freedom of bearing arms, it is a right that either all or barely any other country does have. And if you can bear arms, it's cool, but most of them are also in the aspect of like speech. I know that like in Britain, for example, like a great example of that is we have a pastor that's over there in Britain or Wales, and they have like literal like authorities watching the things that like that pastor says online, because if they say anything that could offend somebody, they take down the live stream and stuff. It's pretty sad stuff, honestly. So like there's a lot of like freedoms that are like not in other countries that America has as well. Which isn't to say I'm not going to be prideful and be like, my country's the best country ever. But, you know, I understand the patriotism people have. People are just a little, you know, a little loud about it, you know. See, this wouldn't be an issue if you need scrolls on a stick instead of weapons. I agree completely. That's what we should do, dude. We had one guy in the town lose the plot and unalive himself by... Oh my gosh, that's crazy, dude. Another woman unalived her... Dang, man. Yeah, there's a lot of wild stuff like that. And we do have stuff like that in America, too, where, like, the people will just do some crazy crud like that, and it's insane. Let's see, over 90% of violent crime in the U.S. are caused by the same 0.5% of the population who keep getting released and committing more crimes. Yeah, I would say this, if they keep committing crimes, make their sentence longer to the point to where they can't get out. I mean, and I know that sounds mean, but, like, that's a part of accountability, you know, where it's like, you keep doing this crud, you're just, you gotta, you know. That's one thing I found that was really stupid about Daredevil. I love Daredevil. I think it's a great series, but the Disney Daredevil sucks in comparison to the Netflix one. Just because they want you to try and sympathize with a guy who's literally trying to steal just because the system that he chooses to live under is like, you know, and he's trying to get him less jail time and stuff like that. I'm like, I don't sympathize with that. I'm sorry, but like, you know, when you're like, I don't care how mad you are at the system, like, when you commit the illegal crimes in that system and then get you know, angry because that system is happening, well, you chose to be under that, you know, you chose to do those illegal things, you know what I mean? So, but I agree, it's like a lot of that crime rate is from, because I guess they're too scared to hurt someone's feelings by putting them in jail for longer. And I'm like, man, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying they can't be forgiven, but like, you know, at the end of the day, if you commit sin, there's a due diligence for that sin. Like, you pay that price. You know, like, it's like with Paul. Like, when Paul became a Christian and, you know, stopped persecuting Christians, he went through the crud in his life to make up, not just making up for it, but he went through that, you know, that payment back, basically. And, you know, he got stoned by people. He got, like, you know, got thrown out of churches and crud. It was some wild stuff, but that was his life, basically. Like, that was how he was being held accountable for what he'd done, you know. And I'm not trying to say we should all be held accountable, but yeah, you know. Let's see. I got you up real quick. But yeah, I agree. I think people should stop being released. Like, when they do some crazy crud. My opinion, you kill somebody with a genuine murderous intent, like, I think you've earned yourself either, you know, life, or like, you know, like so many years to the point to where you reflect on it and not do it again. And also, my opinion is, if you do a mass thing, life, like, straight up life, no parole, don't even let them out. Like, that is, they chose that pit, they need to stay in it, you know. God can obviously still reach him in that pit, but, you know, there needs to be accountability in that for sure. See, now knives have to be packaging in stores. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Internet can be used for good, but or bad, but that isn't banned, thankfully. Yeah, that's another thing too, is that, like, the internet's not banned and stuff, but there's also, like, stuff on there, you know, that's like, you know, there is freedom on the internet a bit, so that's cool. But yeah, depending on where you're at, it's kind of wild. You said my ex-boyfriend's father was in the supermarket and he held a door closed to protect his wife, and he let out big roar at the stabber, and the stabber ran off from trying to get through the door. So the knife cut my ex-boyfriend's dad in that gap between the door. He's a Christian man. I got you. Yeah, that was very awesome of him to be able to protect his wife from that too. You know, and yeah, I think that like, while a knife won't do as much as something like a gun would, it is definitely something that um, I can understand the concern people have, but it is also important that like, you know, to take that into an account of like, you know, people are still kind of crazy, you know. It doesn't take the crazy from people, it's just a foothold that may or may not be helpful. But that is really cool though, that like the homie's like, nah dude, you're not gonna do this, you freak. I shouldn't say freak, but you know what I mean. Like, you're not gonna do this, you're not gonna harm my family, you know. Three strikes law is a good idea, I think. Yeah, I think so as well, depending on what the law is and what you do, I think, you know. So like, you know, I'd rather the consequences of man's law than God's law. Yeah, I agree. It just really depends on what man's law is, but in this case, yeah, I agree. Use weeb, that's true. Yeah, I could just say that. Teacher stabbed students. Oh my gosh, that's crazy, man. She broke up with. Oh, that's so weird, man. That's why I thought it's a big thing. Why you'd also, it's also a big thing why, excuse me, like students should not date teachers, even if it's college. You know what I mean? Even if it's college and can be consensual, it's still like, you probably shouldn't do that. That's really weird. Yeah. Which isn't to say that like anybody's justified in that. Obviously, you know, that's crazy that happens, you know. See, I like one strike laws. I think I like one strike laws depending on the severity of what they've done. Like obviously if it's ending a life, yeah, that's a one strike. That's like one of those like you either get life or close to life. You know what I mean? France's president is married to his middle school teacher. Well, oh, but they didn't date until after he became 18. That's oh Lord, man. Like I don't know. Like when people say that, like that really hurts me a bit, because it's like I get that that's like a consensual thing, but like it's still kind of gross if you think about it, you know, because it's like you knew this homie when they were like a kid. You know, like they pulled a Padme and Anakin on there, you know. My opinion, adult age should be 20. Yeah, I can understand that too. I get that. I get that. I don't know why it's 18 specifically. And I know that there's some states in like, in the, what do you call it? There's some states in like the U.S. that like, that have the consensual law down to like 16. And I'm like, you probably shouldn't do that. Like, that's just like, and I feel like if you justify that and you're like, guys, this homie's 16, it's legal. It's like what? It's like I don't care if it's legal. You're moving the bar. Like it's like, and you're moving in the direction it shouldn't go. You know, so it's really odd. And the Bible is 20. I did see that like that's how they get people like in like the war and stuff, or like not war, but like that's how they get able-bodied men and stuff. Is it's 20 or higher to consider them a part of like an army slash like. Serving and stuff. So that's interesting, yeah. So I wonder why it's like, I guess we as a society changed it or something. My opinion on why it's lower is because of probably why the consensual law is lowered to 16 in some states, is because people want to move that bar, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's a bit weird though. Diatrike Bonhoeffers? I guess it's Bonhoeffers, I think is what that is. Beyonce was half his age. Yeah, and I think the half your age thing's kind of iffy too, because it's like, you know, I get it, it's consensual, but it's still weird. Like, imagine being 50 and you're dating a 25-year-old. Like, that's just like, I don't know, man. Like that's like probably like 2 generations or more lower than you. And it's like I don't know. I'm iffy about that. Like I don't mind a few years. Heck, I don't even mind like maybe 10. I mean, in my case, I would mind it. But like I know some relationships that are a 10-year gap, but still like it's kind of wild, you know. 16-year-olds can legally have intimate relationships in the U.S. and have a baby, but can't. Yeah, that's weird too. So that's kind of the same in America, except I don't know about the baby part. But that's weird that like I feel like if you're able to have the consent, you should be able to vote. But in my opinion, it shouldn't be. We should lower the voting age to 16. It should be. You should increase the legal limit of intimate relationships because of the fact that people get a little too excited way too quick. And when you're young, you're like, oh snap, dude, let's get excited, you know. And then boom, now you've got a child at 16. It's rough. You don't get to live your own life, you know. You're just kind of like already locked into that, you know. Anything bigger than the 5-year gap, unless you're 40 plus, is weird. Yeah, I agree. I'm more of that 5-year gap homie where it's like I can go 5 or a little bit in that, but like it's like when you exceed that, it's a bit iffy for me, you know. Like I had my parents and like some people at schools being like, it felt like they were trying to introduce me to their daughters, but then they were like, well, she's not 18. And I'm like, I don't care. Like if that homie's not an adult, don't talk to me about him. You know what I mean? Um, see. Back in our grandparents' time, it wasn't uncommon. Yeah, and that's the thing too is that like it's interesting how like older generations it was just completely okay. See, I think so too. Teenagers are dumb and left alone. Yeah, definitely. Weird parent. Yeah, I agree. And it comes from where they come from is a place of desperation of like, well, yeah, I want my son to have a wife, and it's like cool, but like no, you know what I mean? It's like it ain't happening. Sorry. Like at least not the way you're wanting it to. Like when you stick your fingers in situations, it's not going to go the way you want it just because you wanted it to. You know. Let's see. Back then, people wanted to have as many kids as possible, so people got married in their teens. Yeah, and I think that like I think a lot of that was very reckless, for sure. But then marriage lasted from that era. That's true. There's a lot of marriages, at least nowadays, are pretty strong too. So I don't know. It's pretty wild. I come from a divorced family though, in my case. So for me, like, for me, it wasn't the case. So I don't see that normally. But like, I do see a lot of people having a really strong, what do you call it? Relationships and marriages. Having a family is expensive plus stress. That is true too. Yeah. And it's a lot of time too. Like you have to put focus on time so you don't like neglect the family either, you know. But yeah, I do think I need to go to bed, homies. It's almost 3 a.m. and I probably need to take a bit of a breather. So, and it's also been almost getting closer to 5 hours of streaming. So, I'm probably gonna head to bed. Said my mom dated my dad, got pregnant on purpose, and then they broke up. I gotcha. Yeah, that stinks too. But I will say this is that, you know, you're a living example of God can take something that was just kind of not the best of a relationship and then still turn some good from it. You know what I mean? Which is really cool. That's something I always think about if there's anybody who have like doubts because their parents divorced or anything like that. It's like you're just living proof that God can take something that wasn't working out and turn it to something really good still. That's what I think about when it comes to my parents. So let's see. Good night all, or morning to Amy. That's true. Good morning, Amy. Well, actually, it is night still because it's night then. But have a good night, both of y'all, all of y'all. And we might finish this next Friday. And I'm gonna be going to freaking bed. So y'all have a good night. Thank y'all for the talk, and I might be live tomorrow. Just depends on if I'm able to get on the server tomorrow or not. Because I might be getting on the Spanish server again tomorrow. I'm not sure though. But we'll see. But y'all have a good night. God bless y'all, and I'll see y'all around. Good night, home.